gone away, and everything good I've thrown away. Trying to make up for lost time, 'cause I've been lost for a long time. Living on a prayer, running on a dream, running away from your memory. And I don't even understand the reasons why. Some days are easy, but some days I just wanna cry. I've been fighting for so long, fell off the wagon, but tomorrow I'll be back on. I'll be back on. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be back on. I've been sober for the past 30 days. Just got a badge from my friends at AA. I got a problem, and drinking's not my only toxin. I'm trying to shake it without the methadone, lots of boxing. Yeah, I've been down that road, peeping out the windows, eyes open, blinds closed. Now I stay 10 toes, eyes to the sky, homie. I got a life to live, and I don't wanna die, homie. Been down through there, a roller coaster of emotions. Steady coping and hoping I don't succumb to doping. But when I'm down and out, liquor is my favorite potion. Just got the news that a friend of mine passed away. Landlord calling, my rent's way past late. I get the shakes and I'm searching for my escape. Ballroom empties and she yeah, last call. Guess I'm trying in the mall, but today I took a fall. Inside my heart is gone away, and everything good I've thrown away. Trying to make up for lost time, 'cause I've been lost for a long time. Living on a prayer, running on a dream, running away from your memory. And I don't even understand the reasons why. Some days are easy, but some days I just wanna cry. I've been fighting for so long, fell off the wagon, but tomorrow I'll be back on. I'll be back on. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be back on. I've been sober for the past 6 months. I ain't touched nothing, though I occasionally hit the blunt. I wrote my family, told them I was on a straight and narrow. I got a truck, got a job, and made a few dineros. I hope they proud of me. I know that I'm proud of me. I lost 20 pounds, even watching what I eat. My wine bottle's empty, but my work day long. I got work again tomorrow, but today I stay strong. Inside my heart is gone away, and everything good I've thrown away. Trying to make up for lost time, 'cause I've been lost for a long time. Living on a prayer, running on a dream, running away from your memory. And I don't even understand the reasons why. Some days are easy, but some days I just wanna cry. I've been fighting for so long, been on the wagon, and tomorrow I'll be still on. I'll be still on. I pray tomorrow that I'm still on. I've been sober for the past 30 days. Just got another badge from my friends at AA.
Hey, Rosemary.
Good morning. Coming up on a Saturday morning here on Today, an NBC News exclusive, Megyn Kelly's interview with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. This morning, the CIA fires back after Putin claimed Russia could have been set up to look like they were trying to hack the U.S. election.
Also had this morning what could be NASA's most daring mission yet, a journey to the sun, why it could make a huge difference in your life.
And, the places we'll go. This morning, a visit to the new Dr. Seuss Museum opening today. It would even make the Grinch smile.
Those stories and more when we get started on a Saturday morning here on Today. What's your favorite Seuss book, Rosemary?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm all right. I'm going to admit something. My parents didn't give me those books when I was a child. We were more of like a Berenstain.
You know what? It's
Berenstain
okay.
Bears kind of family.
Oh, me too. You know what? Just say, you know what? It's okay.
Bears kind of family. Like a Berenstain.
You know what? It's
Berenstain
okay.
Bears kind of family.
Oh, me too. You know what? Just say green eggs and ham. I feel like that's the go-to.
Green eggs and ham.
They don't understand where I come from. I've been down, but I came up from the bottom. Ain't a product of the lotto. Don't need no glass, I drink my liquor out the bottle. Yeah, that's my motto. Working class, the only people I follow. They understand where I'm from. I've been down, but I came up from the bottom.
Alabama, the lower southern half of it. If you've never been here, I'll help you get a grasp of it. The class of it. Social indifferency is knowing what the system is and trying to get sufficient in. We'll seek what a pistol is. They'll never take our guns back. Gauge on the gun rack. The sign reads, y'all come back. Crawfish, catfish, redfish, flounder. We eat our chicken fried, oysters raw in Alabama. We drink beer, the domestic kind. And the Chevys that we drive will stand the test of time. Had the best of time on that floor around my line. She's got sand between her thighs. I got the sun in my eyes. It ain't always been good times working class down here. Some come to party, but we live down here. Best believe we don't take no shit. Think I won't do it? Hold my beard, watch it.
They don't understand where I come from. I've been down, but I came up from the bottom. Ain't a product of the lotto. Don't need no glass, I drink my liquor out the bottle. Yeah, that's my motto. The working class, the only people I follow. They understand where I'm from. I've been down, but I came up from the bottom.
Down here, we just roll with the tide. Nick Saban and Jesus, yeah, that's our guys. Football on Saturday, church on Sunday. We're working all week trying to raise beer money. Just like you, my rent's past due. And the Waffle House ain't considered fast food, it's a luxury. Like caviar, sipping mama sweet tea out of mason jars. The ladies wear denim and the men wear Dickies. Cause he's been working hard changing old into Jiffy. Granddaddy named Earl, got an uncle named Billy. We gon' light up the grill, y'all holler if you're with me. Eating.
They don't know. And I let it play. The people that I follow, they understand where I'm from. Been down.
Blues came from Clapton, the experience from Jimmy. I rode to the Outcast and hustled on the block to 50. With bricks in the wall on the dark side of the moon. Had posters on my wall, the Beastie Boys in my room. And Garth Brooks playing on my radio. I got friends in low places everywhere I go. And I put that record. When I'm feeling all alone, it's me and these country songs. Music is alive, but hip-hop's gone. Or is it? Cause when I speak, I know my people feel it. We all got a story, I just wanted them to listen. So tune in, turn it up in your headphones. Whatever it is, just listen and sing along.
Tonight I'm wondering, what are you listening to? Is it a cover band, some college sound bar with another guitar? Is it something to get you through? Just a sad song playing on the radio. 'cause you're hanging on? Is it a love song about someone new? What do you live?
Trying to shake the drugs and see through rose-colored lenses. I try to rise above, but they've left me defenseless. And for everything senseless, the Beamers and the Benzes, those in this business wind up dead or behind 50-foot fences. For a lifelong sentence, they got it with my first bid. Searching for the Lord, the streets did more than the church did. Raising up the worst kids, believe me, I was one of them. The music told the story of everything that would come of them.
That record.
And it takes me away to the other side. You see, we live in a world and the industry full of lies. Damn if I stand by and let them destroy music, exploit music to corrupt minds, promote useless creations. I guess that you could say I'm hating, but you control the dial. Don't like it, then change the station.
Tonight I'm wondering, what are you listening to? Is it a cover band, some kind of sound bar with another guitar? Is it something to get you through? Just a sad song playing on the radio station. Tears still fall and hearts still break because you're hanging on. Is it a love song about someone new? What are you listening?
My name's Chad Smith. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And this is me. You know, I don't know what the fuck you want from me. I already give this all I got. Not just this rap shit, but this life shit. I can't tell you how many times I fell, and I always came back stronger. You call them failures, I call them lessons. Look, I love my problems, God's will, not mine. I thrive during tough times, but agony don't let me ever catch my breath. It never fucking stops. All alone, the song inspired me to write. I write so I don't go and just get higher than a kite. And honestly, I'd rather talk to girls that I don't like. So when they finally leave me, I'm not fighting for my life. Listen, how I'm feeling doesn't really make a difference when it's all in what you do. Let me speak on my existence. I get through life without a bottle or prescription, but every choice I make, it is followed by suspicion. Once again, she left me hanging like a drop ceiling. But it's my fault, I should've never got feelings. I build walls stronger than a rock building. I beat myself up daily for the fact that I don't got children. I'm real quiet, never speak unless I'm spoken to. But even when I struggle, I'm still doing what I'm supposed to do. So understand that I'm the happiest alone, cause you won't get a chance to hurt me, I can do that on my own. There's issues from my past, perhaps I'm glad to bury. Guilt and shame have always been my biggest adversaries. Broken promises made me savage, I couldn't handle it. From being numb, became accustomed to abandonment. All the liars that I met, I had enough of them. After everything I've been through, how the fuck am I supposed to trust again? Nothing is comparable, that's pain I never felt. So now I never listen when she says there is nobody else. I play it safe, is that reward worth the risk? Erratic behavior's degraded when chasing that first kiss. Eject me from your life, go ahead and hit the button. It just reminds me why I don't commit to nothing. I've carried burdens to the point I got a broken back. And I remember never sleeping, I was smoking crack. Blindfolded driving on this hopeless path. A life without drugs, how the fuck am I supposed to cope with that? I've done damage, I'm still paying off my past debts. And I will help you as I'm dealing with this mad stress. It never stops, but my mind has never had rest. It's freedom only when I'm gasping for my last breath. You said you had my back, but you're just unreliable. When shit got rough, I always seen a different side of you. Never show love to anyone that ever doubts you. Do you ever think this world is better off without you? You think I give a fuck about your Facebook likes? When I got a loaded pistol, suicidal every night. And every scar I got was provided by a rusted knife. This ain't an image, it's my motherfucking life. Chaotically, I'm comfortable when I live in denial. When my world turns gray, look, it's impossible to smile. But I have faith that the best is yet to come. I'm putting that on everything, I put that on my ex's son. Now I pray next to the coffin in the morgue. History's repeated as she's walking out the door. If nothing else, I'm just honest, this ain't a cry for help. If she don't wanna love me, look, I'll have to learn to love myself. I'm a mess, somebody grab the nearest mop. I'm more callous and distraught from every tear I drop. Another shortcoming, another repercussion. And since I've been broken, look, I'm not afraid of nothing. I'm truly humbled by the messages I get. They keep me moving with this music, these confessions I depict. Cause when I struggle, I stay more focused than ever. I believe that I can do this, so I must be feeling better. Again, I opened up and she just sat there and remained silent. Who's coming with me? Let's get higher than a plane pilot. I play it innocent, but understand my mind's violent. I'll find happiness, but trust me, I will die trying. I'll find happiness, or trust me, I will die trying. I'll find happiness, or trust me, I will die trying. I'll find happiness, or trust me, I will die trying. I'll find happiness, or trust me, I will die trying.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh, still see the helmet. Hello. Mad Pieman here. Where am I? Is anybody here? That's the angle.
Hello.
Hey, T. Tommy, how are you, mate?
What's happening, brother?
Mad
Can you
Pieman,
see
mate.
me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, I can hear you. My mic is muted. Yeah, you turned me off. Now I'm back on. Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
No? Oh, shit. That's no good.
I guess
All right,
that Mad Pie Man doesn't know that I can't hear him. See, he's muted.
What's
You're
that?
muted. You're muted, brother.
Yeah,
If you
I just try to fix it. Can you hear me now? No?
It's not on my end.
Oh,
It's on your end. You're muted. You gotta unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted, man. I'm unmuted.
You
I'll
there?
go out and I'll come back.
Oh no, hold on. I got you. I had to turn my volume way up. Let me see if it's gonna work.
Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We might have something here now.
Yeah, good stuff.
Awesome, brother. How you doing this good day?
Good, mate. Good to see you're not in jail. That's a good sign.
Yeah, I'm even wearing a stinking Bell enforcement agent hat because it was the only hat I could find to put on my head, so I was playing with my hair. I normally have like military haircut, and now this is long for me. So I'll sit here and play with my hair instead of talking and focusing and whatnot. And so I'm just wearing a hat to keep me from playing with my head, my hair. Doc Mike says we can hear both of y'all guys just fine. Awesome.
All good.
Yeah. So you like Voynich, don't you?
He's a good man, mate.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah.
We did 6 hours today on his channel.
Oh, that video is blocked in Australia, man.
Oh, his is or what? Is that what you're saying? Huh?
The last one you did together.
Wow. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, one of my videos is blocked. I want to no, that was Germany. I think I was going to say Australia, but I think one of mine is currently blocked in Germany.
It was for under copyright infringement, GMC or GMAC fucking productions or something.
Wow. Right.
So there must have been some music or a movie or something played, man. Something.
Have I ever asked you about the Tiananmen Square deal in a chat or anywhere in a stream?
No, you haven't asked me. No.
After getting the response I got from Voynich, I'm very curious now because we don't talk about that one that often in these chats. And it's a very vivid memory for me. We weren't supposed to see that, they apologized and all that kind of stuff. It was a big deal, and it kind of demonized communism for me and many others in America after we saw how brutal they could be, and after that, but so many people saw it different apparently, and that he didn't get run over, and that is the way it is now in history that he didn't get
For me, man, it's a very strong memory, man, because I was old enough to remember it, and it happened, and I remember my mum being shocked, and I think we were even sent out of the room, even though there was nothing to see because the video cut off, but. It wouldn't even be a historical moment if you wasn't run over in my,
That's what I say too. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, so and I think with a lot of these MEEs, it's like that too, where it wouldn't make sense if it was when they change it and some of the scripture changes in the Bible make the the verses don't make sense anymore, but that's what they want. They want to make gibberish out of the Bible, the Word of God, with the scripture changes. But so that's good. I'm glad to hear that's 2 against 1 now, as far as me and you, both know that he got run over, and I'm gonna keep asking people about that. What about y'all in the? What about
who's the one?
Mm-hmm.
Is Voynich the one that thinks it happened or didn't happen? So.
He said that he when he saw it that the guy he didn't get run over. He stood in front of him and all that and climbed up on it or whatever. Yeah.
That's I don't have that memory at all, man.
Yeah, well, I know, and many of us don't. But yeah, he's with the crowd that it is now that he didn't get run over.
I remember. I have vivid memories, man, of going to school and talking to friends about it. About how terrible it was.
Right.
Everyone was talking about it. There was even jokes going around of being flattened by a tank. You know how kids' humor is. I make jokes out of anything. No matter how bad it is.
So that's like your back porch there? Is that like your back?
Sorry?
Is that your back porch? Is that your back porch, your backyard?
I mean, it's like a pergola, man, but it's got a pitch roof. It's got carbonite roofing. We call it laser light.
Okay.
It's high density plastic, but it's translucent, and you can get various degrees of translucence. You can have it very light coloured, so you get a lot of sunlight through windows, and different colours as well. But it's like a
I think I have some.
Yeah,
I think I have some of it actually, the tinted kind. Yeah. Cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it's good. It gets hot. It gets hot when it's like 100 degrees, man. You'll be sweating bullets out here.
Too bad you couldn't put a ceiling fan up.
Now we've got shade cloth. You know what shade cloth is?
What was that?
It's a material. It's like a plastic that you can use to shield plants or create shade. It comes in rolls, you just roll it out. It's made out of plastic, man.
Yeah,
it keeps insect more secure. We used to have birds flying in and out of here all the time, so we had to put it up.
Oh wow!
They used to shit everywhere. Bird shit all over the place.
Oh no! Wow. So for JFK, then you're probably a 4-seater, probably 4 people in the car too, then, or what?
I'm not sure.
JFK.
I'm not sure about that, man. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
That's such an American thing, I guess, or what? Yeah. Well, for me, I just.
Yeah, I really didn't start looking into it, and probably around the same time as the movie came out, the JFK movie,
Yeah. For me, go ahead.
No, you're right. And then when I was on YouTube, obviously I started looking into it, but there were 6 people by 4, But I know. I'm 100% convinced that he wasn't killed then. It's like an event. But the amount of people in the car, I can't tell you. For me, it seems
the difference for me.
It seems like it should be seen, and what I know, but I know there's more than the original film that came out was in black and white before Zapruder, and the photographer and it was a different coloured car as well. So there's that, that's conflicting history. So
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Well, the difference for the 4 and 6 for me was the driver was always the suspect number one for me, and there wasn't two windshields. You know, it was just there wasn't what I'm saying, that extra windshield that's in there that makes it hard for the driver to be a suspect of turning around and shooting JFK now.
Yeah, that theory's out the window now. It's completely blown.
Yeah. So I can't be misremembering if I remember him being suspect number one, but he can't shoot him now with the come on, man. Yeah. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. Oh boy.
And there's people sitting. There's a windscreen. There's a windscreen, and there's people sitting behind the windscreen, which are in the way.
Yes.
Of AFK.
Yes. Hello. Exactly. And I don't remember them two people, but even if they were there, that if with that extra windshield, no, it's crazy. Yeah. So I mean, because even with them, they were in apparently jump seats. So they're facing a little different. So he could have shot between them and shot him, but not with the window, Yeah.
It's the obstacles for it not even be an option now, isn't it? Really.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The drive.
Another thing that me and Voynich talked about was the Black Tom incident and the backstory that tries to explain why nobody ever heard of Black Tom. And I'm sure you've heard of the president Woodrow Wilson. He was president during that time, and so the backstory goes is that Woodrow Wilson suppress the whole thing, tried to keep it out of keep everybody from knowing it because he was rerunning for president and didn't want everybody scared about these Germans, blowing up, the Statue of Liberty and everything else, or whatever,
Yeah, Black Tom's absolutely ridiculous. It's the Statue of Liberty was damaged.
Yes.
Windows blown out 50 miles away. The earthquake, the shock wave, the explosion, 5.5, and no one talked about it. Really?
Yeah, I mean, come on. But they have this dumb story. They've come up with a story that it was Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah,
it's all Woodrow Wilson, and he put a lid on it.
He must have been the best Freemason in history to hide that one, man.
Man, yeah. Did he get an Oscar for that or something? Oh boy! And then check this out now. From me doing my own research in Black Tom, just 6 months after Black Tom, in the same area, just like another part of the on the water, just another part of that area, of big water ports and stuff in Jersey and New York. There was another German terrorist attack 6 months after Black Tom. They burned down some big factory or some crap. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's like, come on, man. We would have been taught this in school, dude. Or
what planet are we living? What planet are we living on, man? This isn't Earth, man. Where are we?
Yeah, I mean, it's unreal. That's why you almost cannot throw out any wacky theories about the Mandela Effect or the cause of them because, parallel universes, timeline, merging timelines, all that stuff is you can't throw it out as saying it's not a possibility because it's so wacky. The answer is going to be wacky when we find out, what's causing it and all. People say it's not CERN, it's not this, it's not that. Well, it's going to be something strange. You believe that?
Something.
Yeah.
What's happening? Man.
Yeah, something.
Are there any videos on YouTube about this second attack?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we could look right now. I mean, I'll look, but definitely, yeah. I have video. I probably have it I have it. I have it. Yeah. Oh, I could screen share when I made my Black Tom video. It's in there. I'm pretty sure. If not, then I have the video downloaded that's in it. So yeah, it's on YouTube. It most certainly is. I don't know if you'll be able to, find it right away. But go ahead. What?
I know. I heard about this other one you've about. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, man, and I don't even think Brian Stavely did. I told him about it, and I think he went and looked at it too, but and said, "Wow,
Brian will be all over that. Yeah.
Right. Let me put in Black Tom and search for it real quick on this. Black Tom. Okay. Let's see. Let me check this real quick and see if it's it.
New York Harbor West 16, something like that. That's what you'd imagine that it would be. You'd find it under.
It was in just a where the information about the second attack was in one of these Black Tom videos. Or even a video maybe about the Statue of Liberty being, I can't remember right off the hand track now, right off the moment, but it's definitely out there, and if we don't find it here in the next few minutes, I'll find it and upload it again, sure, because it is real for sure. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Just 6 months later, there's another stinking German attack. It's like, come on, man, The Black Tom's bad enough, but
then Woodrow Wilson, he was good, mate.
Right. Yeah, and this was a major fire. It was a big deal too. Not as big as Black Tom, but it was big enough that it would have been huge news too. So yeah, it's unreal, man.
if you had a big building, everybody knew about it. It was news. That was.
Yeah, it was a huge factory. I can't remember what kind right now, but and let me go ahead and look at my own videos on YouTube because I was looking in my computer, but I might find it here on my own channel here. I did 1 or 2 or 3 of the Black Tom videos, and I'm pretty sure it's in one of them. Let's see. Black Tom, where are you? Black Tom. All right, let's see. Okay. Statue of Liberty info and the Black Tom event and backstory. So it's in that video. I guess I only did the one on it. I thought I did some more, but all right. So it's a 30-minute video. Let me just try to skim through it.
And the results were disappointing. In the early days, the military opened the torch up to VIP visitors who would climb a 40-foot ladder into it and get.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to find about the other incident.
It's a robot in a.
The detonators. Bear with me here. Oh, it might be back here. Yeah, let's see. Hard to say where it's going to be in this dang video, but I'm pretty sure they do talk about it.
The gentleman knows that the purported German rights about this case, investigating this case. They wanted Germany to be an partner. They didn't want to take all the Germany's money when they were trying to rebuild the government and rebuild it.
Trying to find it. I know.
In this one,
lady's going to be talking about Black Tom and how how Woodrow Wilson suppressed it or covered it up, and why he did that. And that becomes the reason why we never heard of Black Tom, apparently. This is the backstory. And I've got one video already that I just made on that. This is a continuation of the backstory. Here we go. I'm getting ready. Bear with me.
Wilson ran on a platform. He kept us out of war. July of 1916, there was a tremendous explosion in New York Harbor at what was called Black Tom's Island. And after the war, the court ruled that the German agents had in fact caused the explosion. In 1970, the German government finally paid the United States indemnity. Now, I was wondering if we could comment on the role of the Wilson administration in covering up that explosion and its effect on the election. And I'll hang up and listen on the TV.
Well, that was a massive explosion of this ship, which it actually damaged part of the Statue of Liberty, shattered windows as far north as 42nd Street. The Wilson administration did downplay this because
I said woman, but I thought it was that lady that was going to talk. My bad. It's this guy here, David, whatever. I can't know. I pronounce the last name. Here we go.
The Wilson administration did downplay this because it was trying to keep us out of war at this point. Now,
keep us out of war.
It was very difficult for Hughes that year because he's fighting two things. The country is very prosperous. There was a slight downturn after the adoption of the Underwood Tariff. But with the war, neutral parties tend to do very well in wartime. So there's a great prosperity. So he's fighting that. And he's also fighting the fact that we really are at peace. The troubles which had occurred after the sinking of the Lusitania are the German government comes to its senses momentarily and this policy of unrestricted submarine warfare. It's not until after the election that it resumes that. There is tremendous sabotage going on in the country. There's funding of pro-German groups. One of the problems that Wilson has during the war, during the election, is they bring up pro-German groups. One of the problems that Wilson has during the war, during the election, is they bring up a meeting which he had with four pro-German people. One of them was a fellow named Jeremiah O'Leary, an Irish nationalist. This is one of the big issues too, in the 1916 campaign, which is that why there would be anti-English sentiment would be among the Irish population, and the Irish wasn't just 400 years of ill feeling. It was under the British flag at that part. They wanted their independence. So Hughes is facing all of these problems, and the question is what's he going to do about them? And the troubles arise after that election, particularly in regard to the Zimmerman, though, which is unveiled where Germany is plotting, we're trying to entice Mexico into attacking us and taking, their lost provinces back.
Before we leave the section on Hughes' personal life, let's talk about his spouse, Antoinette Carter. Can you tell us a little bit more about how they met?
All right, so that was that, and then there's this here.
It was a big deal though, yeah?
It was Black Tom Island out of the coast of Germany, and it blows sky high with munitions, okay? And it shutters the Statue of Liberty. It wrecks part of that. And they try to blow up the Welland Canal in Canada, and eventually he is expelled from the United States of America. in July of 1916, a group of agents working for the German ministry actually conducted an.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm still trying to find that the other attack, and it is definitely did happen, but so there it was saying that Woodrow Wilson didn't want to get us into war, and he was running for president, whatever, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, there's just no way, seriously, that one man, even a president could possibly cover up that and keep it from being in the history books. Yeah, that big of a attack.
When you consider, man, when you consider at that time, all right, most of the people in New York lived around the harbour. Everybody would have heard it. You know what I mean? There's no way known that people wouldn't know about it or wouldn't have talked to someone about it. You know what I mean? Would have been huge news.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. So, yeah, I get interested in the backstories. Anytime I see a ME backstory, it's like, who's writing these things? Who's coming up with this crap? It's crazy. Yeah. Even we talked about this. Even Sally Fields, her last name. Everybody remembered it as Sally Fields, and why would she go for years and years and years of just letting people call her Sally Fields if it was just Sally Field, And now it is just Sally Field, and then I found that that interview she did on Jimmy Fallon or one of those talk shows, late night talk shows, and he asked her why do people call you Sally Fields? Your last name's Sally Field, and what does it bother you when people call and she said, no, it don't bother me. And she said she thinks it's just easier for people to call her Fields instead of Field, but you see her name in all these credits and different things, where it was Field. So she wouldn't have let, Hollywood do the same thing, I mean, and then you find out that Sally Field's brother works at CERN, he's a scientist at CERN. So, makes you want to.
There's also the Tom Hanks connection as well, man.
Yes, exactly. I don't think I've talked about, maybe I have once or twice, but my stepdad, he works, I know I've mentioned this, but my stepdad works for Hollywood. He's in a union, a production union. And so any movie, any TV series, any commercials, that are filmed between North Carolina and New York, he's in that range there, and so he has to be given an opportunity to work on those pictures, and he turns down all the time. He only works when he wants to, but he's worked on Transformers and just tons of Transformers 1 and 2, the movie, and just tons of other Hollywood and HBO series and whatnot. But anyway, what I was getting at there was he worked on the Tom Hanks movie where he was on the ship, Captain Phillips. Remember that one, Captain Phillips? Oh, yeah. It's about a true story about where they were hot. The what do you call those people that the pirates took control of that ship? That was
that's pretty recent, isn't it? It's not very old. That movie.
Well, it was a movie based on what happened. It was probably 10 years ago, the actual event or something,
I never watched it.
Right. Anyway, what I was getting at was, my stepdad worked on that movie, that Tom Hanks movie, and he ended up getting so sick that they had to stop filming and take my stepdad to the hospital. And I don't even remember now what was wrong or whatever, but he got real sick, and then he didn't work on the rest of that movie. So I was like, maybe he got too close to Tom Hanks, and and I don't know. He just got Tom Hanks got it.
The Tom Hanks disease.
Yeah, I like to call Tom Hanks Tom Pranks. Like just him and his pranks, evil pranks or something. But
I'm back in a minute.
Okay, gotcha. I'll probably give a shout out to our few people that are awake and watching us. I think we got 6 people here. Hey, that's awesome. I don't know, maybe not. Let's see. I'm refreshing to see what we got here. Appreciate y'all in the chat there. I don't know if anybody else is live streaming, but like I said, this was just the Somali pirates. Yes, it was the Somali pirates indeed, and you know,
Yeah.
Somali.
another fear controlling mechanism they have over us.
Mm-hmm. Did you follow or were you subscribed to Awakened Saint?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I only got onto him recently. Yeah.
Everybody's wondering where he's gone to. You know, all of a sudden he didn't really say goodbye or not. Hopefully he's okay.
You know, I heard that. Yeah, I heard he was coming back to the States, and he deleted his channel, man, just for safety or security reasons or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
He'll start it up again later.
Yeah.
Somebody had mentioned in chat that he was fine, and him and Photo Helix, they're both fine, and they're all good. Nothing to worry about. I can't remember who said it. But, yeah.
Hi, Queen of Swords 444, Cellar Door 333. All you good people, thank you for joining us. Anybody in the chat, just throw out any ME topics you want to, us to cover or try to cover. I like to talk to people as much as I can out in public. I'm never afraid to ask somebody if they see the Bible changes or if they see the current ME changes and stuff. I'm really interested in finding other books that have been changed, because all I know of is the Bible and the Berenstain Bears. If you know of any other ones that have for sure changed, because think about it, there's millions of books out there. There's got to be more books that have been Mandela affected, right?
Yeah, you'd imagine, yeah.
Yeah. So even if it's, it could be the dictionary, it could be, I'm sure that there's got to be some magazines or some encyclopedias that have, been Mandela affected. I wish I had some of the old sets of encyclopedias that I had as a kid, or my parents had. Would be neat to go through. I do have hundreds of old books, or hundreds of books, period. Some of them are old. I was showing this one to Voynich earlier. That this is from 1931 or 32. And it's got short stories in it. One by Robert Frost. If you've ever heard of him, but anyway, it's just a real neat old book. And yeah, in good shape. But I've got.
I used to read a lot of Reader's Digest when I was younger.
Right. I've read them too.
They're mostly extracts from novels. You don't get the whole novel.
Did y'all have TV Guide too?
Nah. We had TV Week here.
Yeah. National Geographic. Yeah, everybody's got that, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. Yep. No doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, and Photo Helix. I guess Photo Helix is gone now. I thought I'd seen him come back, but Cellar Door was saying, but he's gone. He left when Photo Helix left. Huh. Wow.
But all's good. I heard he's okay. He's don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, he's a good man, and he does something that I could never do. I have no desire to be in a helicopter, even to save my life. I really don't like helicopters at all, man. I'll get in a plane. I'll get into even a funky plane, a little plane, whatever. But I don't want anything to do with a helicopter, man.
You got half a chance. You got half a chance with wings. You got no hope with a helicopter.
Why can't they have a backup airbag or a parachute or something? You know,
parachute.
I mean, come on. Then I would consider it if they had a big parachute that could come out and save, float you down.
Yeah, helicopters don't glide very well.
No,
they just fall.
Yeah,
they fall like a rock.
Exactly. And sadly, I know somebody. I had a neighbor that died in one of those big double blade Chinook ones. The double bladed. Yeah. And he was dead before they even hit the ground. The thing shook. It started shaking, and it shook them to death. I mean, they were like mush almost. The shaking was so bad.
That's nasty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. He was not a nice guy. He abused his wife and kid, though. I mean, he was a really not so nice guy. I'm just saying, he really. I'm not saying he died because of that, though.
Well, sorry, man. Just talking to my girlfriend.
You're all good. I was as Sailor Door said, in my reality, Elon Musk did not exist until 2012.
I never heard of him before either, man.
He's a young guy too, though, so he couldn't be around forever, but he's just a puppet for the whole space farce,
No,
yeah. I don't.
He hasn't done anything that even looks faintly believable. Cars in space.
Yeah, come on.
Rockets re-entering the atmosphere and landing upright.
Yeah, but come on.
How do you do that? Can you please explain how you steer it? It's got no wings.
Hey,
I steer it.
I can piss and make the piss come back up into my penis too. You really believe that? Oh dear, come on, man.
It's Thunderbird technology, man. I saw that when I was a kid. But I knew that was fake.
Man, I'm telling you what, they need to cut it. I mean, and they must think we're the stupidest people, the ones that believe it. They must just laugh their butts off that the people buy it. So many people do. Oh man. And even when I tell people that NASA has never showed us a real picture of the Earth, they don't get it. They just still think like it's still a globe. It's still round in a ball. I mean, come on, man. I mean, even in the fake pictures they show us, it doesn't even really look like a globe to me. I mean, and it looks like I see the ice wall too. You can, I don't know. It's just. Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny that the guy that stitched the photographs, the segments of Earth, he stitched them together. He said it's fake, but it has to be.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk, he said the same. He said the same thing as well. It looks, it's real because it looks so fake.
Right.
It's not very convincing.
It has to be fake because we can't show the truth. That's what it is. Can't show you the real. How they've keep pushing back. Like we should have had a tourist in space already, right? All the years, all the times they've said, yeah, we're about to start, sending people up, and it never happens because they don't want people going up and seeing the real Earth, seeing, being able to tell it's not a going up high enough to not, tell it's not a globe, shape.
I'm still waiting for my flying car, man. I was supposed to get it by 2000.
Right. I mean, it just never happens. They say next year or two, yeah, you're going to be able to go. You're going to be able to go. And it's like no matter amount of money, it's not the money thing. It's just they're not letting them do it. I'm guarantee you that. They just don't want the people up there, public up there. But yeah, it's all just a dog and pony show, and these people aren't even these rocket scientists aren't even as smart as the none of these NASA people are like really super smart, and there's so many variations of smart these days anyway, so I mean you could be skilled in some one or two things, but that doesn't make you smart, or whatever, but
mathematical formulas, they look nice, but they don't prove shit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
The math. The maths proves it. You have to believe us.
Somebody's asking about why is the sun white. I definitely will tell my part, but what do you think about the white with the blue edge sun now that we see in the day up in the sky? Now, during the sunrises and sunsets, I still see the yellow orange, but when it's up high, yeah, the sun is always white now, with the tint of blue even. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's always white, mate. Yeah. And in the morning, at sunrise, I see a circular disc that looks like the moon, where the sun's supposed to be, and there's no. If the sunrise isn't covered by chemtrails, you can see it,
Yeah.
and there'll be a light source coming from somewhere else.
Yeah. So
the light source comes from behind it, off to the side, and then as that circular disc rises. It doesn't shine at all. It's white. As it rises, that light comes from behind. You know what I mean? It's like two different things happening at the same time. It's not normal in my eyes.
Yeah. And some people call it a Mandela Effect, even that that is such a different sun. But I've done a lot of research on from a lot of angles on the sun. And to me, I mean. All right. Here's what NASA and other people would say is that the sun has billions of years left, before it dies out. But when it does, it'll change. Going through cycles, it'll end up being a white dwarf, even a red dragon too. It's either a red dragon first and then a white dwarf, or a white dwarf and then a red dragon. Whatever this is their words, okay. But to me, it seems like it has already changed. Wow, we got some feedback or something going on there.
That's my bird. Sorry. That's my bird.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's like the. The sun. They say the sun has all these billions of years left, but who are they to say exactly how long before God, makes the sun do whatever He's going to do in the end times? Scorch men. And I've been allergic to the spring sun now for 6 in a row springs. I moved down here 7 springs ago. I'm hoping this spring won't be like the last 6, but I gotta assume it might be, but I can't. I have to hide from spring sun because any part of my body that gets in the spring sun, I get hives. I break out like I'm allergic to the sun. Anytime you get hives all over your body, that's your body not liking something. And in this case, it's the sun or the UV rays, or something. And so it's.
I get. Last, I think, I've worked in the timber industry for most of my career, most of my working life, all right? And probably in the last 10 years, when I carry timber, or you call it lumber, all right? When I carry it on a hot day, I'll get a rash on my arm where it's been rubbing against my forearm, And I think that's like hives. It's like an allergic reaction on the top of your skin. It's like lumpy and red,
Right.
And it doesn't last. It'll go away, but like for that whole day, I'll have it,
Right. Well, in my case, see, if I get out in the sun enough and it gets all over my ears and my face and my arms, anywhere that the sun hits me, well, it can take a few days or a week to go away. And if I keep getting out in the sun before it goes away, it just gets worse and worse. So, yeah. And then it's not until like summertime, the end of spring, summertime, that I guess my body finally says, okay, it's okay. And then I don't break out no more, and I'm fine all summer, all the rest of the year, but it's been 6 springs in a row, and I've gone to the hospital a couple times because it's gotten so bad, and then they'll tell me the same thing, that it is an allergic reaction to the sun, Yep.
Yeah, we know the geoengineering's going on, mate. We've had extreme humidity here for the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
And the temperature hasn't been hot. It's been 20 degrees Celsius, which is bugger all, Just a mild day, But the humidity's been like 90% every day for 2 weeks. It's like we're in a sauna, We're at the bottom of Australia. We're nowhere near the equator or the Tropic of Capricorn. You know what I mean? We're nowhere near there,
Right.
So we shouldn't have the humidity
without
the temperature.
Doesn't make sense. Are you far from the fires too? The bulk of the fires, or are they out?
We had fires a couple of hours away from where I am, man. But they're all out now.
Yeah. Yeah. They're still chemtrailing heavy there every day, or close to every day.
They do most of it at night, I reckon, and early in the morning. And you'll just wake up to lines in the sky, or just weird clouds, and then it all spreads out. And usually it's just a white blanket of crap all day.
I got you. Yes.
The last couple of days have been good. I got blue sky today. It's amazing, mate. It's like, wow, blue sky, shit.
Right. Now, is it warmer with the blue sky? Is it warmer? Definitely then.
Oh, I think there's less humidity with the blue sky. Yeah, definitely. Because the cloud traps the heat in, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's what they want. They want the chem clouds to trap in the heat so they can cry global warming.
Well, it's all engineered, mate. There's no natural weather anymore.
No, they've had this plan for 30 years or so to own the weather, to be able to own the weather by 2030, completely. Yeah, it's their agenda, no doubt.
No, it's all part of it. Yeah.
And
we're the warfare, man. Yeah, it's been on the books for a while.
Yep. I had a nice little visit with my sister tonight. She came by and she sees a lot of the Mandela effects. She doesn't she's never going to be that type of person to really have the passion like we do to tell others and research and stuff. But she knows a lot more than most people, being my sister and having to hear me over the years, tell her all the conspiracy stuff, and whatnot. But and my mom actually she's 71, I think now. She has spoke out to people about chemtrails for a long time now, because I introduced it to her years and years ago, and and she sees them every day there in Virginia Beach, Virginia, like heavy duty. That's one of the places they definitely just overkill spray. I've lived there too, and that's where I got started really following the chemtrail deal. And I've lived in 6 states in about 14 cities, and I've seen chemtrails over top of all of those places. And the one that surprised me the most was when I lived in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee, out in the hills, and why are they spraying right there? I was like, this is insane to me, but they spray everywhere they can want to now. But
it's got a lot to do with weather manipulation, man. So they need to generate the storms and drive the weather, and push it the way they want it. You know what I mean? It's all part of the plan, They can't just attack the cities, and then it'd be too odd. Well, it works better. You know what I mean? Because they have to generate the storms, and then magnify them, and then steer them. So they go around in circles, and they come back.
So the more chemicals and heavy metal they have up there, the easier it is for them to steer it around. And they're using Doppler radar and HARP and all that crap. And it makes sense. I definitely can understand it as a layman, just a researcher. They're definitely doing the stuff, and they wouldn't be spending all the money and time if it didn't work, to their favor. They wouldn't be doing it. And the wild thing about chemtrails is that there is so many agendas attached to it. There's so many things they're using it for, and ways they can use it and manipulate it, and it really is an amazing weapon that they've got now, to be able to do all these things with weapons, and they know it. And so I tell you, the next World War is going to be nasty, with all the technology and all these things. It's going to look like a war of gods, is it not? Because if they're playing God and they've got all these godlike weapons now or whatever, I mean, at some point, we're probably going to destroy.
So it's all part of the bigger agenda, man. It's Agenda 21 or Agenda 2030. It's
exactly
worldwide domination and control over the people, man.
Out of chaos, control out of chaos.
Yeah. There's no countries against any other countries, man. They're all working together against us, against the people of the world. We're the ones that at war. They're at war with us.
Right.
Every way you can think, man.
Right. We're in a spiritual battle, at some point. But yes, of course. But yes. They. So what's the deal like with y'all's guns there? Y'all still have your gun rights, right? To an extent, or what? No.
No, very. Unless you're a farmer. Or you're part of a shooting club.
Wow.
Where you shoot targets,
Yeah.
Or you're a security guard, maybe an armored car security guard, or a cop, or in the in the military. Otherwise, forget about it.
Yeah,
they're making it harder for those people too, man.
A lot of people are upset right now about Virginia. Speaking about Virginia again, Virginia is a commonwealth, so they run things different than other states, but they're talking about going door to door at some point to make sure people don't have gun suppressors or this, that, and the other now, I mean, that's just borderline asking for Civil War type crap. I mean, it really is.
It's going to be a problem when that starts, mate.
Now they went door to door after Hurricane Katrina, and they took guns from everybody, including old ladies, and they're trying to defend their homes. I mean, they were serious about it. They sent them guys.
That was another engineered storm, mate.
Oh yes, and I can tell you a little about that. We could talk about the Army Corps engineers, whatever they're called, Corps of Engineers. Them guys get paid well to do a lot of dirty stuff. They did blow up the levees in New Orleans, and they flooded Nashville while I was living in Nashville. I barely escaped that flood. It happened so fast too. I don't know if you're familiar with the Nashville flood, but it did a lot of damage. A lot of people had to be rescued. And I lived on the outskirts of Nashville, but I was downtown visiting friends, musician friends, singer-songwriters and stuff. I worked in country music. Okay. And so I'm down there and then, during that day of visiting them, the flooding was starting. But by the time that I was ready to go home and I left their house, and would have took me like 25 minutes or so to get home, normally 20-30 minutes from downtown to out the outskirts. It took me like 2 hours, and I was having to keep finding other alternate ways to get home because streets were underwater, houses were underwater, and people were swimming and swimming and like canoeing to get away from, you know, their whole house flooded, you know, gone to the rooftop, you know, and people died. People died too. You know, but you know, and here I would turn down one street and see that the whole road the neighborhood would be gone. So I'd have to find another way. And I lived in higher ground, so I wasn't worried once I got home I was going to be okay. But yeah, it was just crazy seeing a whole city like that, a huge city get just overwhelmed. But it was the Army Corps of Engineers that let too much water go at one of the dams, and that they flooded Nashville. Now they can say they accidentally did it, but who knows? They could have done that on purpose. You know,
we had the same thing happen in Australia, man.
Mm-hmm.
We had major flooding in Queensland, and the dam that was close to a major town hadn't been, you know, hadn't had water let out. You know, the water had built up and built up and built up, and the flooding was out of control. You know, the rain was non-stop. And they let water out of the dam, and they flooded the town and washed it all away. Man. Idiots.
Yeah. It's like, thanks a lot, you know. Oh yeah, it was insane how big an area got flooded when they did that to us, you know, there. But yeah, you know, I like to.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, you know, I don't like to live in like a reality of where I'm ignoring the facts and ignoring what's really going on. I like to know, you know, what's going on and why and who's the cause of it and stuff. So, you know, when I see the FBI has gone rogue and the CIA, well, everybody knows the CIA has gone rogue. You know, I mean, but the FBI has definitely gone rogue, and they assist terrorists all the time now. They haven't so many times in the past to. And even right here in my town, in Pensacola, Florida, they've helped that NAS shooter that we had here, Pensacola NAS shooter, you know, on the base and Navy base. You know, I've got videos on that, but you know, they were in contact with that shooter before he went on his rampage. You know, the guy was just mad that he couldn't get his instructor in trouble for ridiculing him. And he just kept brewing and you know, he decided to shoot up the base. But the FBI could have prevented it because they were already talking to him, you know. So how did they let him do that? You know, and it's like that case after case. The FBI is involved before, during, and after, you know, and it's like that. I can't stand that stuff. I'm always going to be, you know, looking into that stuff and at least have my opinion on it, you know. And I will always stand up and speak up against tyranny and evil, you know, and corruption. I can't stand it, corruption. My dad was a cop in the 70s, and his whole force was corrupt, and they wanted him to be corrupt too, and they kept, you know, trying to get him to do the corrupt things that they did. And my dad said no, and he became a state trooper, highway patrol, so he could be on his own and not have to be under the, you know, involved with the corruption that the city police force had. Yeah, so I mean, I'm just, you know.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that nowadays, man.
Right. All the little towns and cities in America are so corrupt. I mean, I've dealt with it in Alabama, just an hour away from here. The judges, the cops, you know, the detectives, they're all just so corrupt and corruptible, and you know, it's just disgusting. Yeah.
They're all owned, man. They're all owned, all of them.
Yeah, and all the police forces have been federalized too, so they have, you know, they've had all this training and programming.
Yeah. What I wanted to say about Katrina was, when that happened, I was pretty much still a zombie at that stage. But I knew that nothing had happened. The people were just left there. You know, a lot of people locked in that football stadium for 10 days. They just left them there for 10 days before they sent the army in to help. It's like 10 days. That's not going to end well, is it? You know, all these people stuck in a stadium, mate, for 10 days. No, all the toilets banked up. No food, no water. Fucking, you know, dirty clothes. Fucking crime. You got criminals. You got drug addicts. You got all these people all mixed together. It's not gonna end well. You know. If the government cared, they'd be there within 2 days, mate. 1 day, 2 days.
If that would have happened somewhere where they cared about, Washington, D.C. or wherever, you know, that they may care about, then the response would have been so much quicker and so much better. But no, they just let them people rot. You're right. It's disgusting. It's unhuman. It's evil.
It really pissed me off, mate. Really
yeah, definitely should. It should, brother, because that is just downright evil. To just let people, you know, go through that, you know, unnecessarily. Yep. Well, let's see. I'm gonna check the chat here again real quick. See what's going on. Seems like we got only one person chatting here right now, but we got 9 people watching. We got some people tuning in.
Yeah, that's cool. Someone else should jump in, man. Someone else should jump in as well.
Yeah. Voynich was I tried to get him to come over and do kind of a repeat show, and he did come over. You might have saw him chatting in the chat room earlier, but he wasn't going to be able to do it. He passed out, you know. But I was
I don't know. Oh, you got it? Oh, right. Thought their dogs ran away. There you are. Yeah, you and Voynich had a good conversation the first time, mate. Yeah, it was good. I missed it live, but I watched the replay. Yeah.
Oh man, we had so much trouble getting that live stream going. I thought that somebody was messing with me or us or whatever, and we'd start it, and then it would just, you know, it was all on my end because, but anyway, it was just so crazy to actually get going, but definitely turned out to be a good live stream. I do believe.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. So, you know, as time goes on, you know, who knows, man, might grow a little show here, and me and you and Voynich and others can, you know, just doing our thing.
What I see, man, I see a more, you know, it's becoming organic. You know, Brian Staveley's connected a lot of good people, man, and they're starting to do their own live streams, man. It's awesome, you know. I'll be a part of any of them, mate. I'm there.
Yeah. Josh from Oregon just joined us, or he just decided to chat. And Josh says that he was reminding me that I have 333 subscribers. Well, at the same time that I have 333 subscribers, so did Voynich. So we went live, both of us, with 333 subscribers. He got 330.
Double shield.
Funny. Yeah, Josh just said no way. Yeah. So if you go look at Voynich's channel, he's either got 333 still or 334 or somewhere around there, and I've got 334.
Don't add them together. Don't add them together. You know what that adds up to.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, we know what it adds up to, but we're not, you know. Yeah. Man, oh man.
What are you doing, Brian?
I guess Brian Staveley had said the other night that he might not be able to live stream till Tuesday or something. He's got a new job and working hard or something like that. So maybe we can fill in the gap at least for a few of his people. You know, he's got a lot of followers, and that's he gets a good crowd in there. And that last live stream, if you missed his last live stream, it's a really good one. A good one to go back and watch part of or whatever, you know, listen, because there was a lot of good ME stuff in there, and a good caller from Israel that definitely I took as a sign, of as a reminder of there's a lot of people in Israel that don't go along with the Israel dog and pony political show like there is here in other places, that sees all the signs and knows how close we are to the, tribulation period starting or whatever, it hitting the fan. And that was a real good call. That guy was smart. He's got his channel is EHS News. And Brian was, telling us to go and sub him, and I did sub him, and he's a pretty smart fellow there. So that was nice to get a call from Israel. That I think that was the most unique place he's gotten a caller in, and a subscriber from. I know he gets a lot of UK callers, and that's great too.
I heard another guy from Israel call him. Man, might be the same guy.
Yeah, it probably. He has called before, so it probably is that same guy, and he's very good talker, very well. He definitely has looked into stuff very well, and he's Mandela affected too. So it's pretty cool. I'm sure he's.
There's things that happen in Israel that we never hear about. You know what I mean? They've got their media is controlled just like everyone else is. You know what I mean?
Right.
They only let you see what they want you to see, mate.
Yeah.
All controlled.
Zal says, "Good to see us. Good day."
Hey, Zal.
Yeah.
Zal's another Aussie, mate. He's a good man.
Very good. Yeah. Pretty cool. So, do you have any local or personal Mandela effects? That some might not know. I'm finding a lot of people have some personal ones. I have one about a restaurant that most people don't know about, but it doesn't exist anymore. But anything like
I can't say I've got any that everybody hasn't already heard about. I can't say that I do.
Okay. Right.
I'm still discovering old ones, mate.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And were you ever a big reader of the Bible when you were a kid? I mean, enough to know that to really see the change in it. I mean,
I went to a Christian private school.
I did
for
too.
a couple of years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I went long.
Yeah, so I went on a Bible camp. I used to go to Sunday school, and so there was a lot of Bible study. And then I tried to get back into it again when I was searching for answers, because I knew there was something wrong with the world. I was researching 9/11 flat out,
Yeah.
And my girlfriend, she's Catholic, but follows Jesus more than we never went to a Catholic church. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But we started getting into a church, and it was like a fellowship, and then I discovered more about 9/11, and then I dropped it. But I studied a lot. I can relate. The light, the what is it? The Lion and the Lamb was always Lion and Lamb. Always.
Yes, thank you, brother. Yes, definitely.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one even hits home for my sister. So that helped me with her on that, because she has like this picture or something that she's had for a long time of the Lion and the Lamb, and my sister, my younger sister, she wasn't as much in the Christian as me as my older sister. We both went to Christian academy, from kindergarten, from preschool up, a good ways. Where my sister, being the younger sister, she was let's see, we were already moved away from the Bible college when she was born, so that she didn't get much of that. But I definitely read the Bible enough as a kid and growing up that I think that's what helped me be able to see so many of the changes when they started happening in the Bible. And I called my hometown pastor immediately. Once I got a few of them down, that I knew they had changed, and it broke my heart that he either denied or couldn't, or said he couldn't see it, that they were always the way they, that it says now. And you know, I was just like blown away, you know. But I do find pastors here and there on YouTube and in the local area here that remember the Lion and the Lamb and other ones, the wineskins being in the Bible and everything, you know. Yeah. So
bottles, couches, Matrix.
yeah, it's so stuff. The word stuff. But now, how about this one? Did you know that residue is in there now too?
Residue.
Yeah, we use that word so much, you know, ME residue. I wonder, did we manifest it in there? But you know, I mean, the word residue is in there now. Yeah,
it's crazy.
It is. It is crazy, really, seriously. But
there's always wineskins. There's never been bottles in the Bible. Man.
Yeah, and a bottle of there's a sentence with bottle of milk in there now. You know, I mean, come on. I mean, come on. I'm looking at it right now in my notes. You know, bottle of milk. The word ringleader is in there now. Why would ringleader? Yes, and schoolmaster. I don't remember that either. Schoolmaster, come on. Bang.
I'm waiting for a can of Coke. That'll be next.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, and you know, Jupiter and Mars and gravity being in their planets, all that. There's just so many absurd changes, you know. Oh my goodness. Yeah, unreal.
Gravity didn't come along until Apollo, didn't it? Wasn't that the first time that everybody had heard about gravity when the Apollo landing supposedly happened?
Yeah, well, you got whoever who was it? Einstein or Newton or one of them that you know with the gravity.
But getting
it's not proven. They, you know, it's
I know.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is becoming part of popular culture wouldn't have been until NASA started going to space, you know.
Wow. Yeah.
When they started using the word gravity.
No, not ringmaster, Josh. Ringleader. He said ringmaster. You could, I guess, it is in there because you got ringleader and schoolmaster. So, but still, ringleader is like you know, the ringleader of 9/11. See, and I've used that a lot because of that word a lot. And we have in this world a lot too, but check this out. So the ringleader of the 9/11 hijackers rented an apartment from my dad. I don't know if you remember me talking about that in other streams, but so I'm connected to 9/11 in that sense that me and my dad both rented this apartment to Muhammad Atta and one of the other guys, I don't remember his name, but Muhammad Atta was considered the ringleader of the 9/11 hijackers. And of course, you know, most of those guys after the fact were found alive, you know, and well in Saudi Arabia and stuff. So, you know,
of course they were.
You know, we know, you know, but but I was face to face with this guy, you know, seriously, a couple times.
Even Osama bin Laden was a real person, mate.
Right, but this and this guy was nothing special neither. You know, he was training here at, guess what? He was training here at the NAS Pensacola, the same place where this Saudi guy, you know, was training too, and then shot up the base here recently, you know, that I made the videos about.
They're just useful idiots for the FBI, mate. That's all they were.
Yeah, and so hold on, I haven't gotten to the best part. So as soon as they announced that Muhammad Atta was one of the hijackers, we called out the FBI and said, "Hey, we rented an apartment to him." And they're like, ha ha ha, yeah, right, you know, bull crap. Seriously, they did. They laughed at me and my dad. But then they came out there and cleared out their apartment, of course, too, overnight. You know, their stuff was gone, and they never would answer any questions to us. They just said no. You know, and to this day, I call out the FBI to answer my questions from that time, and now answer my questions that I have about the NAS Pensacola shooting that doesn't add up. Okay, the shooting started at about 6:30. somewhere around there, because it lasted 15 minutes long, and they called 911 at 6:51. Well, the NAS Naval Air Museum tweeted out at 6:01 on their their Twitter page on the day of the mass shooting, and this is just in December. This has only been a few months ago. They tweeted out, "We're going to be closed today because of a mass shooter." Okay, at 6:01. What the Concord called to 6:51. How did they know 50 minutes early that there was going to, or if you just want to say 20 or 30 minutes early before the shooting started, there's no way.
Because the drill was planned earlier.
Yes. Ding, ding, ding. You got a winner, chicken dinner. Yes. That's it, brother. They knew it was all planned out. It was all planned and orchestrated, and it's just to further demonize guns. These people will not stop in their minds until they get every gun from everyone. They want every gun from everyone.
They're all drills, though, man. They're all drills.
Yes, it is. It's all drills, and it's all show, dog and pony show. It's all theater to try and scare us into giving our guns up. And if we won't give our guns up, it's still, they're just going to keep letting these things happen until they can justify saying, okay, well, we're taking the guns anyway, damn it, to protect you, because you're going to get shot. You're going to get, yeah. So, I mean, it's sick.
Well, you remember, the Boston bombing was a good one too, man. Remember I think it was the Boston Globe. They put out a tweet saying there was going to be a controlled explosion at 666 Boylston Street. It's whatever time it was, Before it happened, they were warning people, and then they deleted the tweet, and then the explosion happened, The explosion didn't happen, I should say. The smoke bomb went off.
Yeah. Nothing is as it seems, for sure. There's always a manipulation and control, of the chaos. I mean, they're always working behind the scenes of every situation they can to make it work in their favor. It's and they never have our best interest in their heart, in mind. It's only their best interest, They make us think they're doing all this for us, but they're.
There's always an agenda behind the drill, man.
Yes.
Even small scale ones. We had a fake staged car accident. Children supposedly were run over by a drunk driver. In a suburb of Sydney. All right, because it was only, it was newsworthy, but it was just about pulling the heartstrings just to make people believe the story, even though the parents, when they were interviewed, weren't traumatized at all. They're giving interviews the same day, the next day. They're not upset. They're saying they forgive the driver, blah blah. But the whole thing was about lowering the blood alcohol content for drivers down to 0, because at the moment it's 0.05, and that's what's going to happen. Problem, reaction, solution, mate.
Yep.
Everyone bought it.
Yep.
That's what you get.
It's amazing. Crazy stuff, man.
I wish, if you had more people who could see through the bullshit in America, it'd finish tomorrow. They wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
It'd be done.
That's why, even on this tiny little scale here of 5-10 people in a chat listening, you never know when somebody's going to come in that needs to hear this stuff, man. That's why we can't give up on these topics and exposing what we know, because exposing what they're doing, it helps, even on like I said, even if it's just a couple people. But we should be on the rooftop screaming and yelling, but we can't do that either, really. I mean, but really, the world needs to know, not just my city and my state, but the whole world needs to know who is corrupt and who's evil, and what they're doing and why they're doing it, and how we can stop them. And that is the way to stop them, is just by everybody knowing. And that's why the apocalypse is happening, and it means the revealing, which is revealing the corruption and evil. So that's what apocalypse means. People think apocalypse, oh, that's scary, war, it's death, all that, but it means the revealing, and everything is being revealed, good and bad. So good and evil, whatever. Right?
Revelation, mate. Yep.
Yeah, Revelation too, exactly. Yeah, a revelation of everything, that's going on. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
2020 vision in the year 2020.
Yeah, I've known there's something to that all for a long time. It's definitely been in my mind, and it's going to, we're on the edge of we're right at the beginning of it hitting the fan or beginning to hit the fan, and I mean, it's not fair for everybody to not be on the same page. They love it. They love that there's so many people that don't care about the truth or don't seek it and everything, but I would love for everybody to at least know what's going on. That's why I say I can't live in a world where I don't know what's going on for the most part, or at least be trying to find out what's going on. I don't want to be sugar-coated too. I don't want my ears, tickled or anything, you know what I'm saying? So I'm always looking for the truth in something, and and I will always share it when I can too with other people, because everybody has the right to know the truth and not be enslaved or poisoned and all these things that they're trying to do to us, and that's enough motivation for me. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's the fear that controls most people, mate. Won't allow them to even think outside of the box, because they're just held by the fear. It's controlling them completely.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
It works well. They've mastered our psychology, mate. They've been working on it for a long time.
Yeah.
They've mastered it.
You're welcome, Josh, about the Muhammad Atta stuff. I always got the creeps around him when he would come in to pay rent or whatever. I had to go into their apartment one time to do maintenance, and they didn't have very much stuff in there, and I was like, this is kind of weird, but they were students, too. So, but yeah, they were patsies too. All those guys were just basically patsies for the false flag 9/11 attack. And
I'd go even further, mate. I'd just say they were just straight out agents, mate. Not even patsies, just agents.
Yeah,
they're part of it, man.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Man, oh man.
He still had his suitcase at that stage. He hadn't left it behind yet. That was later on. Remember when he went through the last airport when he hopped before he hijacked the plane? He left his briefcase at the airport.
Yeah.
That's how they knew who he was.
Yeah, crazy, dude. Hey, pretty good.
They found his cocaine and his stripper's business card and
right
in the bag. It's a stupid story, man.
And then so my uncle, my only blood uncle, I only have one, my dad's brother. My mom has 5 sisters. There was, or 4 sisters, something like that. But anyway, so no brothers on my mother's side. So only one blood uncle. Of course, I have plenty of uncles by marriage, But my dad's brother was a fire captain, a seasoned fire captain for the city of Orlando. He was sent up there immediately to help out with the aftermath. Okay. And unfortunately, my uncle is a yes man, and he's a liberal to top it off too. He's so He has never ever talked to any of us about what happened up there, that what he saw or did, and I don't know if he ever will, So there's that. So that sucks because I would have loved to, to know. So let me tell you this: my uncle retired very nicely. So I guess they made sure that he kept his mouth shut one way or another,
I'm sure, man. I'm sure. Yeah.
But I'm sure he saw enough evidence to know that it was a false flag attack or whatever, and I would love to know all the details he has in his, from being up there. But he, like I said, he probably will never tell me, and I haven't seen him in years now. But
the craziest thing about Ground Zero, which no one had ever used that terminology before, apart from a nuclear explosion going off, right?
Yeah, imagine that.
Was that the only thing they could find was paper.
Yeah,
two skyscrapers.
Yeah,
just paper.
I'm with Stavely. I'm with Stavely that thousands of people didn't die, and I know that people got calls. A lot of people got calls to not go in that day and such forth. So, I definitely don't think it was occupied as much as they wanted us to think it was. Yep. But that's how they justified. That's how they justified in their evil minds. Oh, we're not really killing all these people that we're going to tell them, so we're okay. This is all for the greater good to protect you, Mad Pie. In the future. And when we get all your guns away and your neighbor's guns away, guess what? Your neighbor can't shoot you anymore. So see, you should give me your guns. Yeah. You'll never have to worry about getting shot by somebody. Yeah.
Just trust us. We're from the government. We're here to help.
Yeah. We're going to have plenty of guns, and we might shoot you. You won't shoot us. Yeah. Jeez. They're the only ones that are going to feel safe, when we have no guns.
Well, our version of your White House, man, in the last couple of years, due to all the terror attacks, that happened in Australia, right, and all the ones that they thwarted, all right, they fortified Parliament House, and they've got armed police with machine guns, on the roof, watching everybody. Snipers in place, just in case. Who are they worried about? They're not worried about terrorists. They're worried about us, mate.
Yes, exactly. You're right. They hate the truth. They hate us for loving and spreading the truth, and they are very scared of our type of of us
people. Just enough people working out what's going on, mate. Just enough, That's what they're worried about.
Yeah. So are you on Facebook?
No.
I have I did for years have a love-hate relationship with Facebook, and I still don't really care for it, but I'm on there just to communicate with some friends and family, but yeah, I
just couldn't do it. If I was on there and I was active, I mean, I know there's a lot of good people that are trying to spread truth and help each other,
Mm-hmm.
But they're under attack harder on Facebook, I've heard, than they are on here.
Right.
It's pretty hard on Facebook, isn't it? If you're trying to spread truth, mate, they don't like you.
Mm-hmm. Nope. You don't. You could just be trying to discuss certain topics, not even spread truth, and they don't like it. So they're making subjects taboo, not just truth taboo. It's just, man.
I heard if you mention chemtrails or put a chemtrails picture up, they'll take you down.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I started out. I mean, that's what I've been doing is loading up videos of chemtrails for the last 2-3 years. And that's how I kind of got my start. I had uploaded a lot of music, concerts and stuff like that before I started with the chemtrails, and so yeah, I've definitely pissed off YouTube a lot with all my chemtrail videos. I'm sure they don't like me. I just got my first copyright strike. Not a claim, but a strike. So right now I've got 1 of 3. If I get 2 more within before whatever, I could lose my channel. I don't have a backup channel, and I'm not going to make one.
Is this Facebook? Is this Facebook or YouTube?
I was talking about YouTube, but I have both. I do have Facebook. I have Twitter too. I was on Twitter before it was cool, and then it's gone back and forth from being cool and not cool anyway. But so I was more political when I first got on Twitter. I had an account called Stand Up Speak Up. I was at Stand Up Speak Up, and it's still on there. You can still go look at it, but I haven't used it in a long time, and I just don't engage it with the political stuff as much, anymore. But anyway, yeah, my Twitter now, I've got a few people in our community on there, and I have people that follow me from country music, the country music scene. Some of them are, country stars and whatnot too. It's funny. Richie from Boston has followed me for a few years on on Twitter, even. Yeah, and he don't follow too many people, but I've prayed for him over the years, and he's come a long way, and I'm not saying because of my prayers, but I mean I think a lot of people have prayed for him, and yeah, he's quite the truther. Do you ever catch his videos?
Oh, I used to watch him, mate. Yeah. I used to. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's definitely one of us. I don't think he has a secret agenda, a hidden agenda of anything.
Well, I can't argue with anything that he talks about, mate. I can't.
Right.
I think he's genuine. I think he's got a good heart, mate.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the video made by Kristen Megan, the EPA? Well, the Air Force whistleblower.
Whistleblower.
Yeah, man, she is my hero. She is definitely one of my heroes by far. I wish there were more of her. People say that more of this person, that, but we need more like her to show, what they're doing in the military and government, and she was in that key position to have, and have the knowledge of them buying and using all those heavy metals and chemicals that they make the chemtrails. And, it's just such a blessing for us that she had the balls, or had the to stand up against them, and even stopped ordering the stuff for a little while. Refused to order the more chemicals for them. Man, that's nice, and that's definitely showing she cares and is willing to stand up against these tyrants and these poisoners.
How is she now? Is she still all right? Or?
She's still going around and talking. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I catch her videos here. Follow her around a little bit here and there, and yeah, I mean, she's still telling people what's going on, and that definitely. I follow her on Twitter too. She's on Twitter. Yep.
It's amazing. It's amazing that the government haven't silenced her.
Yeah, well, that's why she keeps getting out there, though. I mean, she's out there enough that, if they do silence her now, it'll be, pretty well known that that's what they did. She's an official whistleblower, too. See, she went through the process, the proper process. So, they blew their chance to kill her. They should have killed her before, she got as out there as much as she did. They can't kill her now, really. I mean, they can, but what I'm saying, They can't do it as easy. Yeah.
No, good luck to her. Yeah.
But they can get into her electronics in her car and make her have a wreck or something. God forbid, I don't want that. Please protect her. But they can always make an accident. If she keeps it up, if they keep if she stays on their radar or whatever. But they've already come out and admitted that they're doing chemtrails now. So really. They're not worried about her no more. All the Harvard and all these other, they're admitting it now. So yeah, it's that's even crazier, too, because
scientists and people that are supposed to know, though, they'll always deny it. They'll always say that it's condensation trails. They'll still say that now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But they are saying that we need to do it. They've been doing it forever, but they're saying that we really need to do it. It's the only way we're gonna fix the problems and stuff. So yeah.
It's not mainstream. It's not well known in mainstream. Definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
Not talked about.
Right. And they got so many different names for it: solar radiation management, and all kinds of other crap that they call it. But geoengineering and that I think there's a special place in hell for that David Keats guy that has been the biggest part of it. One of the geoengineering scientists.
Oh,
yeah. He tries to convince people that it's all good, and it's definitely not good. Nothing is good about it. Especially, did you know that it would take 2 years for all of those chemicals and heavy metals to come down if they stopped spraying today and never sprayed again? It could take up to 2 years. That's insane to think about. That there's that much stuff up there right now that it would take 2 years for it to all clear the sky out. That's ridiculous.
You ever watch Mike Morales? Have you heard of his channel?
Yes. I follow him. Yeah.
He covers where they're spraying all over the world and points out all the storms that they're generating and how they're steering them. And
Yep.
And you just see the whole planet's just covered in crap, mate. It's just everywhere. It's just there's no break. Some places are worse than others. They attack them at different times, but pretty much the whole planet, apart from where the people aren't, just pretty much wherever there's people, they're spraying.
Now that I think about it, cell phones were almost introduced around the same time for the general public that chemtrails started, really getting up. I really started seeing them in the sky, and and now even to this day, everybody's still staring at their phones instead of looking up at the sky. So, like Josh said, that there's still many people that don't even really see the chemtrails, or it's like, how can you not?
If you can't see them in America, man, you're blind.
Or they just think they're natural clouds because they've been seeing them for most of their lives. These young people, now because it's 20 years or what? I mean, it's crazy how long already.
If you see tic-tac-toe lines all over the sky.
I've seen a pentagram. I've seen a pentagram. I've seen all kinds of shapes.
Pentagram.
Oh yes, they're. I've got pictures of one somewhere because I have thousands and thousands of pictures of chemtrails. I mean, I have even bunches of more videos than I have posted on here of video of chemtrails too, and maybe some of them I'll try to add up here someday. But I mean, definitely have seen all kinds of crazy artwork they've been messing around and doing. And now they've got some that look like they're almost going straight up and down. You know, I mean, I get and I guess the jets can do that too, but yeah, they're just trying to when they're doing all those different angles and crap like that. They're just trying to mingle all the crap together, make better looking fake clouds, or if you will, or whatever.
Yeah.
Make it look together better. So they love to go fly into natural clouds and make a web almost, around it with the fake stuff, bond it to it, and it's nuts, dude.
It's hard to spot natural clouds now, man. I don't see them anymore.
Healthy Living says she's seen them back to 2007. Well, I started seeing them in the late 90s, and that's when I believe they were really starting to spray. Some people have told me they saw them in the 80s, and I mean that might have been in some areas too.
Yeah.
Obviously, they weren't doing it, everywhere like they are now back in the beginning, but they were definitely doing it some places in the 90s for sure.
Yeah, probably around Air Force bases earlier, I'd reckon.
California has probably been they've been getting it for probably the longest. I would definitely say they've been doing and Washington, that whole West Coast over there, they definitely have started the chemtrails out there. That's where it started. And
for me, man, I think I got onto the internet about 2005, and I got onto YouTube probably 2009 or 10.
Right.
Probably just before. Probably might have been 2008. I don't know. I'm guessing. But anyway, like the first time I saw videos about chemtrails, I'd never seen them here. And I started watching these videos about chemtrails. I thought, this is crazy. This shit's happening everywhere. There's all these different countries. And then I started seeing it. I was like, wow, it's here. There it is. And it blew my mind. No one could notice, man. No one noticed. Everyone was just snoozing along.
Yep.
But yeah, about that time, about 2008, 2009 here, I reckon. That's when I first noticed.
Wow. Yeah, it actually would have been nice to only to been seeing them that long. But now that is when I started photographing them more, was certainly in 2009 in Virginia Beach and stuff. But definitely had seen them before that, But now you can go and watch old movies and see them where like they put them in the movies. Somehow they're adding them into old movies. I mean, like real old movies, the 70s, 60s, 50s, all that kind of crap.
Oh, that's happening to hard copies as well. Like Brian says, it's not a Mandela burglar breaking into your house putting the chemtrails in the movies.
Right, yeah. And for me, the vivid pink and purple sunsets, man, I never saw those growing up, and now people people love them, and they are pretty, but there's something going on making that, whatever. I mean, something ain't right for us to see that many vivid pink and purple looking, sunsets and sunrises. That I don't know.
Metal particulates, right? Yeah, that's what it is.
And some say lithium, or whatever too. Different, drug, all kinds of crap, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild.
That's when the science lovers will tell you, oh, that's just what do they call it? What do they call it? Refraction.
Contrails.
No. The color is caused by refraction. It's refraction. That's what it is. That's why you get a neon pink sky. Yeah, refraction. It's like gravity. It's just a magic word they just throw at you. Can't explain it, can you? No. What do you mean? It's just refraction. That's all you need to. Gravity. It's just gravity. Oh, you wouldn't understand. You're not a scientist.
Jennifer said, "Don't y'all ever sleep?" Well, I do get some sleep, you know, when I need it. I definitely get enough rest, you know. But I do enjoy being in these chat rooms and you know doing co-hosting shows and stuff like that. I mean, I you know, I promise you, I get enough rest, people. Definitely don't do as many live streams and shows as Brian Stavely, and he still works a job too, you know. Whew.
Brian's a machine.
Yeah. I'm so glad that I came across his channel and that all of us have, you know, and it's pretty cool that we've become such a good online community family.
Well, yeah, he's brought a lot of good people together, mate.
Yes, he
what he's
has.
done.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Hey, my cat is passed out in my lap. She is so spoiled rotten. She's not only in my lap, but she's in one of my pillows too. So it's she's just got it made, and she's not used to me staying up this late so often, you know. But she won't go to bed without me, so she wants to be right there in my lap or beside me all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just looking at the chat here. Don't want to exclude our people.
No. Oh, good.
We have 11 people tuned in right now, and we really appreciate you all. Thank you for being up so late with us on a Monday morning.
Yeah, I'm always in the greenhouse. That's right, Jennifer. Yep.
You saw that one, So, if you could live anywhere else on this rock, not that you want to, but where would you go? Where would you live if you had the chance?
I don't know. I'm not that fussed, man. I'm not. I mean, if you're trying to run away from the problem, there's nowhere to go. So
yeah,
you may as well just stay where you are and make the most of it.
Right. Is there somewhere you might want to be that has more resources than Australia, though? You know.
Maybe South America. That might be the best.
Yeah. That's funny that South America has so much resources that. Man, they are really rich in resources, and that's why America has so much interest in Venezuela too. You know, and you better believe they were trying to get rid of that guy so they could conquer, take it over too. That failed whatever, attempts to get rid of that guy, the dictator.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They wanted to make another Gaddafi out of him,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Put them in positions of power, and then burn them afterwards. Yeah. It always goes.
Do you?
Yeah, the Gaddafi story was interesting, man. The truth, the actual truth about him that came out later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a shame that we in America think that we have to police the entire world, but then when we do, we still try to do corrupt, evil things to these countries instead of help them. It's just like, yeah.
Well, the American military is the military, the world police, man. That's what they are. Team America, world police.
Yeah, well, technically, Israel and Mossad, you don't get nothing past Israel or Mossad. So they're really the you know what I'm saying?
They've got a lot of sway, mate. Yeah, we'll put it that way. Yeah.
Israel tries to have their hand in everything secretly, though. Yeah. More
all the positions of power.
Now, what? Oh, let me ask you this: what do you know or think about the Noahide laws?
That's the Sunday worship being made mandatory, isn't it? Is that the one?
It is seven different laws that they believe were from, something to do with Moses, Noah. Let's see. I mean, Noah. Yeah, Noah.
Right.
Anyway, it's like 10 Commandments or something kind of things, but they're laws that they want to enforce all over the world, and they're being implemented all over the world slowly but surely. Noahide laws, the 7 Noahide laws, and the Florida, my state, has already adopted one of them. So that tells me there probably will adopt more of them when asked to. But once these things are implemented, anybody who believes in Christ as a savior, as a Messiah or anything, is considered an idolater, and they will, and then that's death. So you got Sharia law where the Muslims will you either convert or they'll kill you, and a lot of times when you convert, they will kill you if you once you do convert. And their Sharia law is the Muslims want Sharia law all over the world and for everybody to abide by them. And now you have the Jews, the Zionists, that want these Noahide laws all over the world too. And so it's like the poor little Christian is going to be fighting against the Sharia law and the Noahide laws and the atheist and everything. So this world will not be a friendly place for a Christ follower, a Christ believer, whatever you want to say, how you want to say it, and that and we should know that anyway, because once the Antichrist comes on the scene, everybody's going to fall and worship for him anyway. That's not a follower of Christ, so it makes sense. But man,
I can see you see it happening. You see it happening now. I'm not talking about Sharia law. I'm not really worried about that one, man, because I think it's just a fear tactic they use to divide the people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of immigration by Middle Eastern people due to them being blown up by the West. Mm-hmm. So they've been forced into the West because their countries have been blown up.
Right.
But in certain countries, it's more of a problem than others. You know what I mean? There's more. Well, it's been made to be seen as more of a problem. I'm not saying there aren't problems. But Places like the United Kingdom, that Sharia law has been used as a fear tactic, and it's worked really well to divide the people.
Right.
And I think
that's what I see happening with the Noahide laws too. It's certainly going to divide people into groups. You're either going to be, and there are a lot of Christians that are actually falling for it too, and are welcoming it. That don't know, that they're going to be considered an idolater, because, you can't really convert to that to Judaism. What
I really think's going on, man. We're living in the beast system, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt the people who run the world, the people in positions of power, they're Satanists.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what religion you follow or what you believe in. That's just a fact.
That part.
And they want us all to go along with the plan, And if you don't, you'll be in trouble.
Right.
So Christians directly oppose Satanism, right? So they're in the firing line. They're the first ones, you know what I mean, to be seen as an enemy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yep. Wow. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, and Josh, all y'all, for chatting with us, hanging in here with us. We're just, covering different things here. And like I said, this was just going to be a test show for me tonight to figure out the StreamYard and everything, screen sharing and stuff. This is my first time using StreamYard myself. I've used it, with other shows, other people's shows, but I thought it was going to be a lot harder to share but it really wasn't. I mean, I've seen other people struggle with the screen share stuff, but I think it worked out pretty well. Could y'all saw, people could see what I was sharing and everything. I hope good. I think it was working well. So I'm glad.
We had audio, man. I heard audio. I didn't see any video there. It was only me and you. When you were if you were trying to screen share before, when you were looking through that video.
Oh no, I wasn't screen sharing at that point, but I was screen sharing earlier. I mean, you might not.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
Yeah, but my bad. But yeah, and then I was showing. Did you not see the flag residue that I was showing?
No, I didn't see that. No.
Okay, well, I was showing some let's talk about that real quick, and maybe I'll show it again. But there's a lot of people that remember the flag having a red stripe under the stars. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was actually sorry. Can I just quickly say this? I was trying to talk to a friend of mine on a live stream a couple of weeks ago, and I was trying to explain Mandela Effect to him. I was talking to him about Black Tom, and we got onto patriotism and how patriots now being seen as terrorists. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he showed me the tattoo on his forearm, and it was the American flag, right? And I said, "Is that the blood stripe?" Because under the stars, he had a red line under the stars. What's that? That's actually what his tattoo is, mate. It's the red stripe under the stars. Yeah. And he doesn't even know.
Can you see what I'm showing? Can you see what I'm showing right now?
I did see it before, man. Yeah, I did actually. Sorry, man. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. So these are all examples of the red under the blue. And some of these are handmade. Obviously, most of it's handmade stuff, but these are people, remembering what they remember, going by what they knew.
My mate's got a tattoo on his arm, man.
Yeah.
He thinks the Mandela Effect's a psyop.
Let's see what we got here. Yeah.
That looks like a real flag, man. A really old one.
Right. I'm sure you've seen the one that Awakened Saint has, with the stripe under it. It's an old flag. He has it in his background all the time.
Yeah. How can so many people get it wrong? And that's on a jacket. Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good residue, man.
Some jewelry there.
There's a brooch. Yeah.
Clearly the red under it all the way.
Yep.
Pretty cool, man. Let's see. Did I go through them all? Did you see that jacket?
Well, there it is. Yeah.
British. It's got the British, right? And that the British flag too. Yeah.
That's changed too, hasn't it?
Yes, it's changed too. I don't know if this is the old way or the new way, though.
I don't know the difference.
I'm not familiar with it enough to know if this is the Mandela version or not.
It's part of my flag, so I should know.
Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. There were some more. Now there's two of them there that are the way it is now, but these ones here are with the red, with the stripe. Red.
Well, you'd assume the raised one's red. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, here's your holographic window decoration. Yeah. So anyway, thought it would be neat to share those with y'all.
A lot of Americans that don't know what their flag looks like.
I found that a lot of older people definitely remember the flag. Young people are like, no, I don't remember that. But the older people I talk to, they remember the red stripe under there, and I tend to remember it too. So it's not a very vivid memory for me, but I mean, I definitely it works for me. It definitely I kind of do recall it being like that. So I it intrigues me. That one intrigues me, and I would never say that it wasn't like that. I think it was. I think it probably was. Yes. I just not 100% on it, but in fact.
Go ahead. Did you see Brian's show about Christopher Reeves?
Yeah, I've got a few Christopher Reeves videos too myself. Yep. Definitely. Christopher Reeve, the very first Superman was a Reeves too. Did you know that? George Reeves.
Yeah, George Reeves. Yeah.
So some people would say, well, y'all are just mistaking then, George Reeves for and putting the S on there, from his or whatever, and just assuming that he was a Reeves too. But yeah, no, it was always Reeves for me, for sure on that, it's crazy how many little changes like that there are. But
did you see the residue at the end of Brian's video though? The the Superman suit with Christopher Reeves embroidered into the label.
Yeah. I think I shared that. I shared a part of that clip in my video too, on one of my Christopher Reeves videos too. Yeah, that they sold that outfit or something, and it was in there, no doubt. So see, you can't, and the same thing with Sally Fields. There's plenty of stuff that had her name on there. That Sally Fields, and she wouldn't have let that go. She would have said, "No, my name is Sally Field. Why don't y'all give me the proper credit, proper name credit?" Come on, yeah. It's crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't think you can't get better residue than the Superman suit, man. Yeah. I don't think that can't be beaten.
Now he hasn't talked about it in a while, but how familiar are you with Babe Ruth and that Mandela effect? Do you remember him pointing his bat out there?
I even know about that, and I'm Australian, man. Yeah, I know about that one.
Yeah. So that's another wild one that he don't do it no more. He never did it. But he did it every time.
Yeah. Man. It's like a different world, man.
Yeah, I mean, it really. That's why I say you can't. It makes you not be able to rule out all these crazy theories of different, parallel universes and merging timelines and whatnot. So, yeah.
I think the popular culture ones, man, like "Beam Me Up, Scotty."
Yeah.
He only ever said it once, and he didn't say "beam me up, Scotty." He said, "Scotty, can you beam me up?" or something. He only ever said it once.
It's crazy. Yeah.
What? Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. He never said it.
Man, I've been saying that for I mean, oh God. Yeah, it's unreal. It's unreal, man. Yeah. And now Celador says, "Wait, what about Babe Ruth?" All right, well, I'll explain the Babe Ruth one real quick for you. Apparently, he definitely did used to step up to the bat, and then he would point his bat way out like he's, gonna, showing you where he's gonna rocket the ball, whatever. And now he just maybe like puts his hand up real quick or something, but he doesn't do the bat thing, pointing bat, and it's crazy, yeah. It's absurd. So that's the Babe Ruth Mandela effect. And I want to say this too. It's weird how many objects, ME related objects that I have come into my possession in the last few years. ME related, like the game Operation. People like to talk about the game Operation. I've got one now from just from getting one from some free stuff, and then what else? Monopoly, yes, of course.
That's mental, man. He always had a monocle. He always had a monocle, man. Always.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, and then Babe Ruth too. I just recently got a Babe Ruth puzzle, and it's like it's so many of these MEs. It's like I'll find something that has to do with them, and it's a reminder or whatever, or it's residue, and it's like, wow, man, weird.
The Volkswagen logo, man, too. For me, that's
oh yeah, we talked about that today. Thanks for bringing that up. I designed a logo for a surfboard. What do you call it? Surf shop in Virginia Beach. It was my favorite surf shop, and I was trying to impress them. I was hoping they would use it. And it was the name of the shop was WRV. So what I did was I took the W on top and brought it all the way down to the V and had the R in the middle, and I kind of made it look almost like lightning too or something, but it was all joined together, and I had gotten that inspiration from the VW logo totally, and there was no gap ever for me, no small gap, no gap period. I'm a no gapper, and
Three V's, man. That's how you drew it. 3 V's in a circle.
Mm-hmm. Well, and see, even Voynich said that he's always had a gap for him. So I was like, wow, Voynich said.
I used to draw it.
Yeah.
I used to doodle it I used to doodle it in school, man. I wasn't very good at drawing, but I could draw the Volkswagen logo, man. I used to draw it all the time.
Wow.
No gap. Yeah.
Yeah, that one is crazy for me. And then how about this? Are they mocking us? Because they certainly, in their new commercial where they're changing the logo now, they show the old one. I mean, you saw that, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Are they pulling a Sinbad on us? Jeez.
Shazam.
Sinbad likes to make mocking videos of people that are Mandela affected and about his movie. Yeah, it's nuts, dude. It's
Oh, he's a major shill, man. He's not famous for anything else.
Yeah.
Why would he be famous? I don't even know who he was.
He you know where he got his start, don't you?
Where?
With Ed McMahon on Concert, so you can't make that up neither. Ed
McMahon.
Yeah, Ed McMahon helped make Sinbad happen, dude. Telling you. Yeah.
We got a big problem with him as well, Ed McMahon.
It should be called the McMahon Effect. It would still be ME.
Yeah,
it should be the McMahon Effect, no doubt.
McMahon Effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should start that. We should start doing that.
I've tried. I used to say it a lot. Seriously, I tried, but but everybody says it'll just lead people away, or it won't, confuse them or whatever. But yeah, we should have did it. We should have did it shortly after that girl came out with the name Mandela Effect. We just said, well, McMahon definitely makes more sense, and more people register. They definitely remember McMahon being, Publisher Clearinghouse, the check deliverer more than they do Mandela dying in the 90s. So yeah, it would be better off being the McMahon Effect for sure, and we might reach a lot more people. But yeah, that one's huge, and I've got like 4 or 5 residue videos on the McMahon deal there, and that's something that's kind of like Sinbad. See, Sinbad actually might not know that he was in that movie. Just like the Berenstein Bears, the authors of Berensteins they didn't know their last name changed to Stain. They thought it was always Stain. So whoever is Mandela affected, to that point might not be aware of that they have changed or their name has changed. I mean, I know that sounds crazy to say that, but think about it.
I reckon Sinbad knows what's going on, mate. He's a shill. I reckon he knows.
Well, yeah, I know. I yes, he's just an asshole. Period. Yeah. So I'll always call him. But I mean, you know, the bear. I don't think that I don't think that the Berenstein family was in on the, you know, I don't know. I mean, but they were asked, you know, by people, and Mike is the only one now. Mike Berenstein is the son of the two that created it, Jan and Stan or something like that. Whatever, you know, I don't remember their name. One of them was
they're all Stains now, aren't they? They're all Stains, the whole family, aren't they?
It's all Stain, yeah, but that was never even a last name until it was created by this change, because they're Jewish and Stain is not Jewish. Steen and Stein is, you know, whatever. But yeah, you know, you.
Even the pronunciation doesn't make sense, mate. No one ever called them Berenstain Bears.
I know, man. I know that's it's crazy that because we definitely have a big argument there because we had trouble pronouncing it as kids, and we would not have had trouble pronouncing it had it been Stain all the time.
Stain. Yeah, of course.
That part.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I used to read them when I was a kid, man. I would like the fun of that.
Me too, and watch the cartoon. Yeah,
Dr. Zeus and Berenstein Bears, mate. Yeah. And Golden Book.
Curious George had a damn tail, man.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, he had a tail.
He used to hang off the lights and flag and street lights and poles, and how do you hang off shit if he didn't have a tail? Stupid.
It's that's why it's so, you know, some of these make it so weird that more people, you know, don't see it as easy as we do. I mean, we're sitting there laughing at how pathetic it is, you know, some of them, but then there's so many people that don't even you know, have a clue, or you know, it's yeah, that part is mind-boggling, isn't it? That, you know, I mean, some of them you would think that the whole world should be able to get it and know the difference, and then they don't, and it's frustrating and crazy, you know. Oh man.
Tom Hanks being involved in the misnamed movie as well, you know.
Mm-hmm.
About Mr. Rogers, you know, and that wasn't big here, obviously, but I know it is for Americans.
Right.
So, you know,
it was definitely this neighborhood, you know.
That's the title of the movie. That's the actual title of the movie. That's the way you remember it, you know. Like,
woo! Yep. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, you know, and certainly not all these people all over the world having the exact same memories, you know. What do you think about this? Let's go ahead and talk about this. CNN, and I'm sure there's other people, but the Clinton News Network decided to come out with this hit piece on marijuana, saying that anybody that smokes marijuana is going to have false memories, and it's like they're trying to say that that's part of the Mandela effect now, or whatever, you know. Especially if you're Mandela affected and you're smoking pot, well, it's all just false memories, you know. I mean, they're pretty stupid and foolish, I think, to come out like that, making those claims, you know.
What about the people who don't smoke pot? Who've got
ding, ding, ding. Yeah, hello. See? Yep, exactly. There's plenty of people that are Mandela affected, see the changes, that don't smoke pot, maybe never even smoke pot, you know, whatever, don't do other drugs. So, you know, that's why I say they're so stupid for trying to put out these, you know, these reasons and theories that, you know, that hoping that people will buy it, you know. I'm sorry, you know.
Oh. It just so happens that people who smoke pot, their minds are open to more possibilities, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. You know? Exactly. We might have some short-term memory, but we know overall we know we ain't having false memories. We're having the real memories of the way things really used to be, you know.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but I know fucking what happened in the 80s, man.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, I'm trying to tell you, brother. Yep. I used to. I have a grocery management background. I used to hand order every single item on the shelf in a grocery store. It took me hours, but I that's the way it worked back then. Nowadays, the cash register's computer keep track of the inventory and order more stuff. For the store. Well, I literally used to have to walk around to each product and pick it off the shelf or scan the barcode, whatever, but in both cases sometimes, and order a case or 2 cases, whatever I needed, to come in that week. And I used to order Jiffy and Jif peanut butter at the same time. There was Jif and Jif peanut butter. Yeah. Wow. Captain Crunch was spelt out Captain Crunch. I remember that clearly, not Captain, like it is now.
Oh, Captain.
Yeah. Captain. Fruit Loops was spelled correctly, like fruit is spelled, and not this O crap, So, there's a lot of them. There's Haas avocados and stuff. I mean,
the avocados.
Any of the food ones, I can usually tell you for sure it was. How it used to be or whatever. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that Hass avocados were here as well. I'm pretty sure they were a popular brand of avocados here as well. I mean,
right.
Double A.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah. There's plenty of recipes too that call that like cookies and there was a burger I guess too called the Jiffy Burger or something like that. But I mean, man, there's just why even when we find residue, so amazing residue, there's still haters and doubters and deniers. It's like you could have the best residue there, you could ever hope to find. But people are still going to tack on, say, you're wrong or you're remembering wrong, or whatever, or it's, wasn't that way. And
smoke too much pot.
Yeah, you smoke too much. Oh dear! Imagine that.
No such thing as too much.
Yeah. Exactly. Yep. So we can't get sued. I guess he was talking about what about newspaper clips with misspellings? Yeah. Copy. Let's see. It's in my copy. Well. Well, we're coming up on 2 hours and 45 minutes. Nice little stream here. Almost half the time that I did with Voices today. Wow.
Yeah, it's good, right? 6 hours as a marathon, man.
Yep.
You'll have to catch him next time, mate.
What geographical changes, like is Cuba too big for you now? Those kind of things. Do you really do those resonate with you? The different ones.
I can't say too much about. I'd agree that the way that South America kicks off to the right seems to be way off further than it used to be. Underneath North America.
Right. Yep.
And the other one for me would be, I think I've noticed that happening gradually. Australia moving more north, because now you can go across to Papua New Guinea in like an hour on a small boat, and I don't think it was ever that close before. And New Zealand's like pissing right off. It's going way east and south at the same time. It used to be not as high as what Brian might think or other people might think, because I'm Australian, I knew that relationship between Australia and New Zealand, in where the continents were, and for me it was more in line with Sydney. I'd say directly, like the middle of New Zealand would have been in line with Sydney, and the South Island of New Zealand would have been close to the bottom of Australia, but probably still up further north. It's nowhere near where it was before.
What about the Italy change one? Does that one resonate with you too, or the boot, and whatnot?
I always remember a boot, but I do think it's like it's angled backwards, like it's gonna kick Sicily. Yeah.
Field goal. Yeah. Right.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Alaska being so close to Russia, I don't think that was ever like that before.
Well, what's her name said, I can see Russia from my backyard. What was her name?
Yeah, since when?
Sarah, what was her name? There you go. Sarah something? Sarah?
Palin.
Yeah.
Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
She wasn't she wasn't a great spokesperson, was she? It's a bit of a joke, though.
And she got a lot of drama in her family. Boy, they like to follow her family around with the cameras now, or did. But of course, we all pretty much have family drama, one way or another.
I think she was a favorite on Saturday Night Live, wasn't she?
Yeah, for a long time. Yeah, boy, they love to make fun of her.
No.
Yeah. Did you watch the Mandela Effect movie?
No,
I didn't either. The reviews were so bad that I haven't to this day wanted to see it, and I knew it was going to be a hit piece. I said it relentlessly that I knew it would be a hit piece. Yeah. It's a shame.
They're trying to. Yeah, I don't know how many people actually watch it. Like I think someone else mentioned, probably 90% of the people who did watch it are affected by the Mandela Effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be that many people who did watch it that even knew what it was about. You know what I mean? If they didn't know what it was about, they wouldn't watch it.
You're right. Yeah. But now I do believe the Mandela Effect will be a household name by the end of this year, or not long after. But I do believe that after the Mandela Effect and then them putting it in Criminal Minds. Did you see that episode of?
I heard it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you heard that, good enough. I did watch it, and they want to paint. It appears they do want to paint us as crazy and potentially violent, or dangerous. That's not good, and they're going to continue to do that. You watch, these other shows will jump on the bandwagon, and they'll have their own Mandela Effect shows, and probably do the same kind of crap, make us, So that's what I'm saying. That's how it will become a household name. But we don't want it to become a household name where they're always painting us as crazy and dangerous, but that's their way to combat the truth of it getting out there, So they're going to try and control it that way and keep people from believing us, or even listening to it at all.
Well, don't be surprised if they have an agent in place that does something terrible, or appears to do something terrible, maybe on Facebook Live or something. You know what I mean? Because it happened in the truth community. Early on, mate, a few years ago, there was a guy who supposedly went crazy, killed his mother, killed another guy, and it made mainstream. Man, it was big news. He was a YouTuber that a lot of people used to talk to, man, and. Yeah, he demonized the whole truth community, mate. Everyone thought, they're all fucking mental, they're all crazy,
Right.
So you never know. They might try and back it up with a staged event,
Yep, you're right. You're definitely correct. I did talk to a mental health specialist a few days ago. And I said, "What's your opinion on the Mandela Effect?" And this guy said, it's real and there's something to it. So I said, okay, well, can I give you a couple examples of, you know, you know, that are out there? And just went off with the basic, you know, Berenstein, Fruit Loops, all the ones we, you know, we usually talk to people about the most. And I could tell that, you know, he was kind of getting his mind blown a little, you know, like, yeah. So that was interesting to you know, for a mental health person to respond like that, and definitely, you know, I could tell he was Mandela affected too. So, so
I think you're lucky, man.
Yeah.
Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say to any doctor.
Well, hey, if they lock me up over being you know, as crazy Mandela affected person, then, you know, so be it. I mean, I'm not gonna. You know, that's why I say I'm not scared to ask pastors or you know, or anybody, cops, whatever. I'll talk to anybody that will give me a split second I'll ask them about the Mandela Effect, and then give them, you know, if they've heard of it, and then I will always try to give them examples that I think they'll resonate with or whatever, you know. Yeah, I love to hear, you know, whether people are affected, and I, even if they want to talk bad about it, you know, that's fine. We should all be talking about it. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with talking about it. This is major. These are changes that nobody would have thought were possible 10 years ago, whatever, you know. So why isn't it a more of a big deal? It definitely is a big deal, whether, you know, anybody wants to admit it or not, you know, because who knows where it's going to lead to, and it doesn't look like it's leading to anything small. It's going to be, you know, bigger changes, if anything.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, you know, even police here, man, they can identify you. They can just make a claim against you and put you into the mental health system, man, for any reason they want, you know, pretty much. That's the way it is here.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not going to I'm not going to censor myself, you know. I mean, I'm not going to tell them. I'm not going to give them anything that they could really use against me. But, you know, I mean, at this point, they can't lock you up for having for believing in the Mandela Effect, or you know. But now, at some point, if they keep painting us as crazy and dangerous, then yeah, you're right. Then it would, you know, and I think that's what they want. Is they want us to stop talking about it. So, okay, you keep talking about it, we're going to make you crazy and dangerous, and then we're going to have the right to come take you and lock you up in a re-education camp or a mental hospital until you act right, you know, or accept the, you know, changes, take the update, you know, whatever. So, yeah, I get that part of it too. You got to be careful, you know. But yeah,
re-education camps, man. They're coming.
They're I believe they're out there, and I believe that if Hillary Clinton had become president, that I would probably be in one now. You know, a lot of us, I think, would be. I think that maybe even that was God giving us more time by her not getting in there. And I'm not saying that Trump is God sent or he's good, you know, because I don't follow him neither. I mean, they're all puppets to me, and I've been an independent for a long time. You know, I don't like the dog and pony show. But what I'm saying is that we were spared by Hillary Clinton not becoming president, because she hates the truth way more than anybody else. That, you know, and she is known for killing people that try to expose her and her evil. You know, and Clinton's the Clinton evil.
Yeah. I'm sure Trump's not squeaky clean either. Then
no, none of the elite are. You can't get to the top without hurting the little guys, and you can't stay at the top without crushing people too, hurting people. So yeah, that's a shame. See, that's why I don't want fame and fortune, and I don't wish it on good people, because you don't know what you're going to become and what you're going to do to keep that wealth and fame, you know, and it's too much. it makes it just too tempting to, think you're better than everybody and that you deserve to, so much more than other people. You deserve to be alive more than other people because you're rich and famous or whatever and all that crap. No, I can't get on board with that.
Even without knowing about how it all works, man, and what's really going on. Even if you believe in the system and you believe in celebrities and Hollywood and fame and fortune, it's plain to see that they don't have any freedom, man.
Okay? Yeah. That's it. Nobody who's sorry.
They got no freedom, man. They're photographed, filmed, tracked. Everybody wants to know everything about you. You can't fart in public without someone talking about it.
Yeah.
You're owned. You're owned. Whether it's by the public or it's by someone else, you're owned. They own your ass.
Yeah. I've known a lot of rich people in my time, and I still know quite a few, and none of them are satisfied ever. No. So the money just makes things worse, more stressful. You've got, the more money you have, the more bills and people with their hands out, and just it's too much temptation to do whatever you want, too. I mean, it's insane that we're programmed to want that, though. Most people just, that's all they want in life is to be rich, and then they get it, they win the lottery, whatever, and it's like a curse. It's so much like a curse because it doesn't have to be, but I'm telling you right now, it is very, very hard to not do bad when you've got a lot of money, man. It's just, it changes people. It changes good people to bad, for sure, and it makes bad people even worse.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the whole thing about being a star, you're becoming your own god. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah.
And that's it's not a and stars are satanic, obviously, but that's what it's about, and we know that,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're worshipped, but they think they are better,
Mm-hmm.
They're different and better than everyone else.
And of course, people that make a deal with the devil, he definitely comes collecting. And there are so many celebrities that end up having to sacrifice their family members or even their own lives in some cases. But I mean, and that stuff is so real. I can't stress to people, how real that is and how real the in the music especially. But I mean, in all. I mean,
it happens. Sacrifice. There's always a sacrifice, man. A sacrifice has to be made.
Yeah. And that's why there's so much death in these celebrities' lives and families. Because they have to keep giving sacrifice to this to keep the success going. Robin Williams did not want to make movies anymore because he said the demons come out, and stuff. So he
I've got my doubts about most of the big name celebrities you hear about dying, man. I've got my doubts that they die, but they disappear. They're removed from society. You don't see them anymore.
Right. But see, like any celebrities that have already sold their soul to the devil, if they try to go back on that, see, then that's when Satan, makes their life hell. And he'll end up making them kill themselves or something, and that they that's just the way it is. Your contract's over. And
there has been like sporting stars, who got picked up in the NBA draft, basketballers or whatever, and someone in their family was murdered on the same day, or
I'm telling you,
they got drafted. That's and they're not even famous yet. People don't even know who they are, but someone in their family died, and then they got drafted. You know what I mean? They had to pay the price, mate, you know.
Yeah.
Like 18, 19-year-olds, you know. They're unknown at that time. They're barely known. They're barely known because they're only college basketballers, you know.
Right.
It does happen.
Jennifer says, however, often the fake occult ritual sacrifices only the death of a character. The biological lives lives on under a new identity. Yeah, I think you were hitting that at one point. Yeah. And you know,
I think that's highly likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. What do you think about Joan Rivers? I believe she was silenced or taken out because she admitted that she was trying. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it was a warning to other celebrities not to talk.
Oh yes. Oh, you better believe it's a warning, one way or another. It's a way.
But
yeah.
I don't even believe it. I don't even believe she died either, mate.
I've always known in my, that Michael is Michelle is Michael. Michelle is a man, and that, and I'll definitely never be scared to say that.
A blind man can see it, mate.
Yeah, exactly. I've done a little research, and apparently there's several ex-lovers of Obama that have tried to come out and tell their story and thought it was going to be cool, thought they'd be embraced, and they were killed. They were silenced or whatever, so that wouldn't get out there. So there's that too.
Is that was a guy called Larry in the back of the limousine, Obama's limousine? Is that the one you're talking about? That's one of them, is it?
No, we're talking about just some general, just some general people that Obama, had relations with at times, whatever, and these people thought it would be cool to come out and say, yeah, I was with Obama, and they were silenced. There's a few of them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I know about one. I'm pretty sure he was killed.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
He was doing cocaine in the back of the limousine with Obama. Gave Obama a blowjob. He was talking about it on stage in front of people, man.
Yeah.
His name was
I
Larry.
can't remember that one's name. Yeah.
Larry. That's what I know about.
Jennifer says people have seen her hanging around with her friends. I guess she's talking about Joan Rivers. Yeah. Well, maybe they, instead of actually killing her, if they made it, they just said, "Hey, you're done. Your career's done." Yeah, we won't kill you, but you're done, and we're gonna tell people you're dead. So I guess I could see that as an option.
With the really big musical artists, man, I think it's common knowledge. Everyone knows that when they die, they make more money. You know what I mean? Like Elvis, for example.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, that's something to that too, of course. Oh, I was watching a documentary or some kind of film earlier on the White House, and did you know that Elvis Presley decided to just drive to Washington D.C. and went and knocked on the door, or the gate, and asked to see Nixon, and they let him in. They let him in, and he talked to Nixon. Can you met with him and everything.
He was made a DEA agent.
Wow. Yeah. Excuse me. Got around the sneezes there. Ooh. I should have muted but
No, you're
all right. So yeah, there's pictures of Elvis in the White House with him and everything. But apparently they're not, normally they would not let somebody in like that. But it was Elvis, and they went ahead and did. But imagine the conversations they had. Somebody said probably about what's that girl?
Priscilla.
The with the blonde hair, the one that was, everybody was having sex with or whatever.
Oh, Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe, yeah, they talked about her. Whatever.
No.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm waiting for her, like her hair to change to brown or something, you know. That's Mandela Effect there. She's black. You know. Oh boy. Were you taught in school that Eli Whitney was a slave that invented the cotton gin, or that he was a white man?
I think I'd heard about it before he became white. Yeah, I think I had.
Well, there's a backstory, because I was definitely taught he was black. He was a slave, and that he had trouble getting patents for the cotton gin because he was a slave. You know, even. And I can point you to universities that still have information on their websites that say he's black. He was black, you know, everything. And so what I have found too is a backstory that says that apparently me and many others around the world were just taught wrong, that we were just told that he was black, that he was that he was always white, So yeah, it's
apparently
that's crazy.
Apparently, black people when they're asked about him, they don't even know who he is. Never heard of him.
Right. Yeah. So there's so many mind-boggling Emmys out there, man. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, you can never run out of subjects.
The presidents have RFID sex slaves. Wow. Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past them. Even people. Did you see right through the Sandy hoax when it happened?
Oh, it's pathetic, man.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? That they it's just they're never gonna stop. They think that eventually they'll demonize guns enough that we'll just beg them to take our guns or something, but it's not gonna happen. I mean, they have a plan for both. If there's a civil war, they got a plan for that. If they get our guns, then they obviously have a plan for that. So they definitely plan and prepare for whatever is going to be the outcome of all this crap. They push on us. So shouldn't we be equally prepared too for any way it may play out? That's the way I look at it. Is we should definitely prepare ourselves whatever way we can.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yep, lots of psyops. Yes, Susan, lots of psyops out there. Yep. No doubt about it.
Did you hear about the latest? I think it was Facebook live stream. The one in, where was it? In Japan or Taiwan? Where was it? Taiwan, I think. The army guy supposedly went crazy and blew up an airport or something. There's no video of anything though, and they removed it and you can't see it now anyway. It's gone. It's the same as that Christchurch crap that happened in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
The mosque bullshit, the mosque shooting that never happened.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That was supposedly live streamed on Facebook as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't.
Yep. Crazy, man.
It's another step towards complete censorship and control of the internet, man. That's what it's about. They're probably trying to outlaw live streams because they're dangerous. They'll use that mentality again.
Yep. Have you ever had to talk to an AI yet? On the phone, No,
I don't think so.
Well, I had to today. AT&T has it like that. You're talking to to an AI, and he answers your questions, and he tries to. It's like he tries to make you feel like he's human, but you'll know. I mean, but yeah, it's weird, man. It's freaky.
Did you test it out? He's probably only got 2 or 3 responses for every question, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he's got, yeah, it's getting better all the time. I mean, it's scary how close it is, how real it is, already. So, but yeah, I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it, and I don't.
No, I'm not a fan. No, definitely not.
Yeah.
I like to talk to people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't even talk to recorded messages, mate.
Right. Yep. Woo. La. Oh, we're over 3 hours now. Wow, man, unreal. Wow.
Well, don't let me keep you up, mate. If you're going to go to bed.
No, I'm not ready for bed yet, but I'm just trying to remember more stuff that we talked about today and whatnot. And wow, all that good stuff. So what kind of bird did you have? I think you've told me before, but what is it's not a parrot, right? Is it a parakeet or something? What kind of?
Cockatiel.
Cockatiel, yeah. I've seen a lot of them. Gotcha. A white. They're white.
Yeah, white.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, with the mohawk.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Like a cockatoo, but a smaller version, man. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Small parrot. You can teach them to talk if you get them as babies, but yeah, we didn't get this one as a baby. Just whistles a lot.
Yeah, well, I whistle a lot too. I whistle like, man, crazy. Mm-hmm. And I have a big head when it comes to whistling too. I think that I really feel like I have enough whistling talent or skill to compete in the world international or whatever international whistling contest that they have every year.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, they do have.
Not Guinness Book of Records, is it? It's not that one.
No, it's just an international competition, and people from around the world get together and compete, and give it their best shot, whatever. And I can pretty much hang with them from my research of the top people, of the past 10, 15 years or whatever. I'll probably make a video sometime of me going on for 20, 30 minutes and you'll just see all the different sounds and music I can, make. And it's pretty neat.
I've seen bird calling competitions before, man. They're good.
Yeah, no, I'm not really skilled in that too much, but so I wouldn't do well with that. But I definitely can, I can write my own songs with the whistling, or at least music, and
okay.
But that's one way I can use it. But yeah, I don't know. If you hear me whistling, I'm probably in a good mood too. So good indicator.
Yeah.
I love to whistle. I love to whistle when I work too. If I'm working on something.
Yeah.
My dad was a whistler, and I have the exact same voice as my dad. I don't look nothing like him. He's blonde hair, blue eyed, and different body shape too. But we have the exact same voice to where nobody can tell the difference. I mean, to this day, his mom, but my grandmother, she never could tell the difference, between us, our voice, and so. We both whistlers, and he was a semi-professional singer too, back in the day. I have a lot of singers in my family, a lot of singers. But I've never had any lessons. I've always wanted to get some lessons in that. I love to sing. I'm not the greatest singer, but I do love to sing and come from a long line of them. Oh boy.
Yeah, I like to sing. I'm not very good. Usually takes a few beers before I think I'm sounding better.
Yeah.
The more I drink, the better I think I am.
Right.
Yeah, you got to enjoy it, mate. You got to enjoy music. I'm just knowing what I know now. I'm definitely careful about what songs that I sing along to.
Right.
Especially when you know the meanings of the songs and the power behind the words.
Yes.
I don't want to cast spells on myself.
Right. I know. I used to be into all kinds of genres too. A lot of rock and death metal, even for a little while. I'm not proud of it, but I supported and even helped manage and promote a death metal band for a little while. So I mean, it definitely have to steer clear of that if you want to keep your mind right and your everything.
Yeah, I used to be in the heavy metal, man. Yeah, I always loved AC/DC and
sure, all those, yeah.
All the heavy bands,
Metallica, those kind of things, those bands, yeah. Yeah, but I know. I mean, I really got into some deep, real death metal bands too, and it just.
I can't even listen to it, man. That's terrible. It's not good for your soul just even listening to it, man.
Yeah, and I knew better too, so that wasn't good. I definitely knew better from all my upbringing, Christian upbringing, but.
It's all low vibrational, man. It's not a good frequency, even
Right.
as that,
Well. For that matter, we were talking about that earlier today too. Was the difference between 440 hertz and 432? They deliberately make it 440 because it's more harmful. It's not as good a frequency. We should be listening to 432, but they deliberately make it 440. And
I think the water molecule test,
right?
You play that vibration at 440 and 432. You can see the difference in the molecules in the water.
Yeah.
The 440 turns out all ugly and deformed, and the molecules in the 432 is all, really highly artistic, and it's a beautiful pattern. Like something beautiful. Like an angel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Completely different. And because we're made of water too, our bodies are made up of water.
Yeah,
we don't do well with bad vibrations, man. Yeah. It affects us.
Yeah.
Puts our body at dis-ease.
And we have electricity going through us too, and it's electromagnetic, everywhere fields and. There's a lady that has MS like me that she doesn't now. But that's the point. There was a lady that was in a wheelchair, and I've been in a wheelchair with my MS too. But she was making a bath, and it was a metal tub, and she was in her wheelchair, and it touched the tub, and then lightning struck, and this lady got struck. Had all this electricity run through her, and it cured her. It cured her MS. She got up and walked and was fine, and so there's something to that too. Edgar Casey was on that too. Edgar Casey was into that electrotherapy stuff, So yeah, man, imagine that you've got something that has had you paralyzed from the waist down, and then you get struck by lightning and you can walk again.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. That's quite the amazing story that I found recently, and yeah, it makes me want to get struck by lightning now. No,
don't wish it.
But maybe some electrical therapy at some kind, like Edgar Casey was, because even I had a doctor a number of years ago that told me about Edgar Casey, and he actually recommended that I tried the electrical therapy, and my grandmother did try some electrical therapy too, that I guess she had a little machine thing that you can use, and it'll put parts through your body, you know, through parts of your body, whatever. So, you know, there's definitely something to all that, and to the electric universe, and how, you know, it all works and whatever. and you know, electricity with gravity makes more sense to me than, you know, just what they're talking about. But it all works together. Whatever's
Yeah.
going.
Yeah, water's. I think water's the is the thing that binds everything together. Though I believe that's the consciousness of the earth, mate. You know what I mean? It's in everything. Every living being contains water. You know, and
it's above us too. You know, I believe it's above the firmament or whatever. You know, water is everywhere. And water is everything too. You know, it makes the life possible. You know, so.
It conducts electricity too, man. So
Yep.
Definitely part of it.
There's definitely something to those weapons they use, crowd control weapons too. You know that they're using those energy waves, you know, or sound waves or whatever, electromagnetic waves against us.
Yeah, sound waves. Yeah. 5G will be silent when they start using that everywhere.
Yep. No doubt about it.
I think they can target that and use that as a weapon against people that they don't like, people that speak out against the system, maybe. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Not a good thing, man. I don't think it's going to be good for anyone, but I don't think it's definitely not going to be good for people who stand up against the government. You know what I mean? The system. Unless you wrap yourself in lead, I don't know.
And you know, I asked NASA years ago myself why we weren't going back to the moon, and they said the Van Allen belts, you know, and so you know, how did we ever go, you know? You know, I mean, it seems like it should be so easy to show people, convince people that we never went to the moon, you know, based on their own answers and things, you know. My gosh, but then you still can't convince people, you know. They still think you're just a Looney Tune for not believing that we went to the moon, you know. But good.
But no computing power, you know. The technology they told us they had wasn't good enough, mate. It just wasn't possible. It was like a one in 100 billion or a billion chance of them even going. If they did go through the Van Allen belt and didn't get cooked, with the technology they had, you know, they were just using mathematical formulas and computers as big as a whole warehouse that didn't have as much power as your phone.
Yeah.
So it was just pure luck that they survived and made it and landed on the moon. Even if you believed it was real, it didn't make sense, you know. It's just like, how? How did they do it?
But now next year, you'll be able to, for $500, you'll be able to ship something. You or me will be able to ship something to the moon.
That's all right. I know people who've bought stars, mate.
Yeah. Oh, I know. That's yeah, good.
A mate at work, he bought his girlfriend a star. He told me, I said,
yeah,
that's a great investment.
Oh boy, yeah, it's funny. Oh my goodness, man.
You get a little plaque. You can name it up. You can put any name you want on it. You get a little plaque with them, you know, with your star on it, and it's named after you. You know, big deal. You got to be gullible, man.
Responding here to something. Let's see. Waves even used in shopping malls. Yeah, I wasn't real familiar, Jennifer, with that song, the Rolling Stones, "Paint It Black." But yeah, that was kind of strange. That paint it black. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but what she's talking about.
Paint it black. Yeah, for me.
I see a door and I want to, paint it whatever, a red door, and I want to paint it black. Whatever it was, but yeah, I just wasn't familiar with that song enough. But she was talking about that there.
Well, Mick Jagger got it wrong too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The airplanes. Is that a big one for you? The motor placement, the placement. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Never that far out in front, man.
Me and my father.
For me, though, if they weren't completely under the wing with just the front of the engine in line with the edge of the wing, I'd say that they wouldn't have been more than a third of the way out. The engines, a third of the engine protruding from the edge of the wing, not all the way out the front, hanging on by little strips of steel. That's just bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me and my father watched a engine on one of those big passenger airliners blow up. Okay, we had a family member on this particular airplane too, and it was right here in Pensacola. Me and my father were going down this road that you can look over and see where they taxi down and they turn around right there and go to take off. And this one had come down and turned around and was about to take off, or it actually hit the gas and was, going to lunge forward. And one side of the one engine on one side, it was opening up. They open up like this. They start out small and the thrust comes through there, and the back of them open up. They widen up. Well, there was a problem with the one on the left, and it wasn't opening up, but the right side was. So my dad said, "There's something wrong with that left motor. It's hanging down." It appeared to be like hanging off of the wing or whatever, like falling off, but it was just an illusion that it wasn't opening up at the same time the other side was. So, and made it look wrong, but then it just blew up. So we knew there was a problem. Regardless, we knew there was a problem. And then it blew up and exploded through the plane, and parts shot off for like a mile, 2 miles away from the airport. I mean, it was huge. And a woman and her son died, unfortunately. But my relative on the plane was okay. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It really, really was. And when we tried to tell the investigators, they didn't want nothing to do with our witness of that, of the recall of the engine looking funny and all that stuff, man. They thought we were, crazy or didn't see it or whatever, but we definitely saw it happen, yeah, something was wrong with that motor when they went to give it the gas, and that was it.
So they put it down to pilot error or something, did they?
Yeah. What was crazy too was the lady moved. She got somebody else to move. She asked somebody to move so she could sit by her son. So she would have lived had she not moved over there where her son was, and sat by him. And they both died. Yeah, it's crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wrong place, wrong time, man. Yeah.
But yeah, they're definitely those engines are all wrong now for sure.
Yeah,
I've flown enough and I've lived by enough airports, they can't get that one over on me. There's definitely been Mandela affected, and if you go and watch old movies now, they've changed in the movies, man. So it ain't just the chemtrails now. Those engines are like they are now, and damn well they weren't like that in real life or in a movie back then. So it's.
I sat on the wing in planes, man. every time I looked out the window, I could see the wing, and I could see the engine, just a bit of the engine stick out. You know?
Yes.
I never saw the whole engine out the front of the wing. Never, never saw it.
I'm trying to tell you.
Not in my world.
Exactly. I flew every month, twice a month in 2012 and part of 2013. So it was like 15 months in a row or something like that. I flew twice a month from Nashville to Virginia Beach, and so I had a lot of opportunity to look out there and see those jets, and see them, just being at all the airports so often. And I used to even take pictures and sometimes record the planes spraying the chemtrails, because you're up there, you can see it. And one time I pointed it, I asked the stewardess, I said, "Do you see that out there?" And I said, "Do you know what it is?" And I went on for like 20 minutes telling this stewardess about chemtrails, and she listened, and I don't know what she thought about me afterwards, but she definitely kept standing there listening and everything, and it was, she was probably already given she was probably already programmed to just say, it's not what you think it could be or whatever, I'm sure, but she was interested, and didn't try to say it was anything, good or nothing wrong, she just, I don't know, she just didn't know, I guess, or whatever. But but it was definitely very obvious, even to her, that there was something being sprayed.
Was it the chemtrail would have been level with the plane you were in? Yeah.
It was very close to us. Yeah. They were up there in that level, that range. We could definitely see. So they,
flying right next to it.
Yeah, and there have been a lot of close calls apparently with chemtrail air tankers and commercial airliners and other, and smaller aircraft too, but not so much. But they want it up there in that area, that part of the atmosphere. So yep.
That's how they control the weather, man. Right up high in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where the jet stream is, apparently. The jet stream.
Doris Day says, "I remember Doris Day dying a long time ago. Did she just recently die or something?" Doris Day, I don't know.
No, you were talking about
an old actress or something, right? Yeah.
You were joking that her hair might change color, might become brown.
Right. Somebody brought up the Ford emblem. We talked about that. I talked about that with Voynich. Yeah, I never remembered I don't remember the pigtail thing on there, of course, on the Ford logo. Yep. Luke, I'm your father. Yes. That's definitely how I remember that one. Let's see what else we got.
Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, what is the one about Rubik's Cube? The Emmy on it? I don't.
RUBIX.
Oh, the spelling. Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
Rubik's.
Yeah, I used to take them apart and put them back together. That's about.
Take the stickers off.
No, I would just take it all the way apart and build it back together. But yeah, I guess I probably took a few stickers off here and there, getting frustrated. But yeah. Randy Jackson, Janet was younger. What?
Oh, the Jacksons.
Yeah. And some people say there were 6 of them, right?
Six. Yeah. And the youngest one's a girl. When Michael was the youngest before, wasn't he? Wasn't Michael always the youngest?
Yeah. Michael was the youngest. Smokey the Bear or Smokey Bear? Smokey the Bear.
Smokey the Bear.
Yeah. Forest fires or wildfires?
Both.
Did he say forest fires or wild? Only you can prevent forest fires or wildfires or whatever. That's another Mandela effect, though, apparently. For me,
is that what the bear said?
Now it's just Smokey Bear, and it was definitely Smokey the Bear for me.
The
and then yes, the other one was what I was saying. The wildfires or forest fires. Yeah. And it was forest fires for me. But now I guess it's wildfires.
You don't have forest fires anymore. Any wildfires.
I don't know one about Thomas the Train. Somebody's suggesting. I don't think I.
Thomas the Tank Engine. Used to be called Thomas the Tank Engine. Now it's called Thomas and Friends.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right. That's I get that.
I know that because I went through Thomas the Tank Engine for a long time. No, I didn't. My son did.
I have a good residue video for Mirror Mirror on the Wall. Show me the Sasquatch. Definitely, it was always Mirror Mirror on the Wall, and now it's Magic Mirror, of course. Yes. We talked about the Lion and the Lamb earlier. I've even found pastors that remember Lion and the Lamb instead of the wolf will dwell with the lamb, of course.
A lot of people got that wrong.
Yep. Couch is in the Bible. Yes, we know that. The word stuff is in the Bible.
Pisseth as well.
Yeah. There's a sentence now that says the Lord shall beat off in the river.
Beat off,
yeah. Instead of threshing or thresh, we'll yeah. Yes, bottles. We talked about that. Wineskins was definitely in there, and now it's bottles, bottle of wine, bottle of milk.
Yep. There's no more wineskins or not?
Yeah, the wineskins. I mean, wineskins is in the other translations, but it's not in the King James version anymore. It's all bottles instead of wineskins. Yeah, that one really hit home for me too. The wineskin thing, I definitely remembered wineskins being in there, and it definitely changes the parody too, or the whatever.
What about debtors?
Yeah. Now, there's a lot of people that like to argue that there's always just been multiple versions of the Lord's Prayer. Now, I worked for Cocaine Anonymous years ago, and so I've said the Lord's Prayer more than most people probably because I ran meetings and we always said them in the meetings, and said the Lord's Prayer. Never, ever once in my life have I said debts and debtors, or until this change had I ever heard of, that version of it. It was always trespass. And now what's weird too is there's other versions that have popped up too. Like you see this seashell right here that I've got. It's a seashell.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, now you can tell it's a seashell that I'm turning around. All right, I found this, and it's got the Lord's Prayer on there, but it doesn't say debts, and it says, let's see, let me get the light on here. It says, forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. So that's a whole nother version right there.
That's a new one,
That's
That's a new one. Yeah.
Yeah, it says, give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sins against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. You know, so yeah, isn't that strange?
I think that's just a very simplified version, man.
Wait, no, I'll read you. I mean, it's got the whole thing. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
On.
Yeah, this one says on, but now it says in. Yeah, apparently now. You know, but yeah. I thought that was strange that I came across that there. Yep. And I have a video on the Lord's Prayer too. If anybody wants to check that one out, I've definitely got one on there, one or two of them actually, with residue and all that good stuff. I have one on the Lion and the Lamb too. Whew.
Pretty sure debts and debtors weren't commonly used vocabulary in those days, man.
Yeah. Well, some people have said it's maybe a Catholic version or something like that. You know, and I'm not Catholic, so I don't know. But one of these is supposed to be a Catholic version that maybe, you know, too. But yeah, I don't know. I only knew of one version, you know. So at the very least, then other versions for me is just, you know, strange and, you know. Why didn't I ever know them too? And you know, why them?
I got a friend who's a Bible scholar, man. He went to Bible college and all that. And I told him about the Lion and the Lamb, and that freaked him out. He said, "It can't be. It can't be the wolf and the lamb. It's always been the Lion and the Lamb. It has to be the Lion and the Lamb." He said, "I know this."
Yeah.
He tried to look that up, and all he could find was wolf, because I told him it's wolf everywhere you go. It's wolf.
For me.
And then I told him about the Lord's Prayer, debts and debtors, and he said, "Nah, that freaked him out again." So I freaked him out twice on the same day. About the Bible changes, man.
Right.
He never came back to me about the Lord's Prayer either. I'm still waiting.
The first sentence in the Bible, the very first sentence in the Bible has changed for me. It used to be, God created the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the earth. Now it says the heaven and the earth.
The heaven.
Yeah, the heaven. Look it up right now. I can show you right here in my Bible. It's changed in my Bible. It definitely says the heaven. You know,
it would just be heaven. Why would they say the heaven? They just say heaven, wouldn't they? God created heaven and the earth. Wouldn't be the heaven.
Yeah. Well, it said the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But the way it is now doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. And that's what in the Bible, most of the changes that's what I'm saying. It makes it not even make sense anymore. You know, really. I mean, so it's like they're just being blasphemous or a mockery. They're just trying to, mess up the Bible. You know.
Yeah.
Yep. I hear that even the Quran has changed. Has changed now.
Yeah, what you know what changed?
I'm gonna look into it because somebody else wanted to know exactly, but it was just in my research recently. I came across that where there was somebody talking about that it definitely has, and I'll try to find out in the next couple of days and share that. But yeah, apparently every religious, every Bible or whatever you want to call
every religious text.
But so that I guess we could call that the third book. We know the Bible and the Berenstain Bears, and then so now we can just say the Muslim Bible. Oh yes, also the what do you call those people that have a lot of kids out west in Utah? Mormons. Yeah, the Mormons. Their book has changed too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that their book that they use has also been Mandela affected too, apparently. So yeah, there's that. Whew. Man, oh man. And we're at 3:45. Nice.
Oscar Mayer, yeah, Monopoly Man.
I tell you what, why don't we take a quick break, a restroom break or whatever, smoke break, whatever, for like a few minutes. I'll play a little bit of music. Yeah. And I'll just keep it like it is, and you can mute or not mute or stop cam if you want, and we'll just take about 5 minutes, and then come back at it and see where we go from there. And I really appreciate you, brother. Again, I really do appreciate you and everybody in the chat. I see Josh, you're going to bed, brother. I don't blame you, but I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, man, and you're welcome back anytime. I hope you do come back if we have some more live streaming going on. All right, folks, I'm going to play a little bit of music, and I'm going to go use the restroom and maybe medicate real quick.
Yep.
Here we go. Let me get something going here real quick. Try to play something easy on everybody's ears. Let's see. Yeah. Go to my truth music. How about that?
I think if you just go share screen, man, and it'll just be you, whatever you put up.
Okay. ODD.
Yeah,
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge, and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie, and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on the ball. But it's right and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. To organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying?
Why are you lying?
Sincerely, we and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Celebrate President's Day at Skip This City.
You've been under investigation, Mr. Wordsworth. You are found to be obsolete. The purpose of this hearing is to make a finding in the matter and make a sentence accordingly. You understand that?
I understand that.
Your occupation?
A librarian.
What? A librarian? Since there are no more books, Mr. Wordsworth, there are no more libraries. The field investigators in your sector have classified you as obsolete.
There soon may be a time when the robots come alive and the unavoidable battle of flesh and metal will arrive. When the computers made to serve us suddenly become aware through demonic light possession that's been programmed to prepare to replace belief in God with a mechanical device that can change its shape and make a face just like the Antichrist. It's the evilest incarnation that promises transformation, the technological abomination that causes desolation. It's been prophesied to come alive. We've known it throughout time, from the book of Daniel to every sci-fi movie storyline. It's a collision course, and yes, of course, we've set our course to fail. It's an imminent conclusion in the making. Every detail has been analyzed and advertised and televised to see, to synthesize and recognize mankind bionically as our rights and freedoms crumble and our liberties deplete. How long before they pull our plug and make us obsolete?
There is no God. Let's take that proven that there is no God.
You cannot erase God with an edict.
You are obsolete, Mr. Wordsworth.
Why? No man is obsolete.
You have no function. You're an anachronism, like a ghost from another time.
I am nothing more than a reminder to you that you cannot destroy truth by burning pages.
You're a bug, crawling insect. Ugly, misformed little creature who has no purpose here, no meaning.
We may pretend we're in control, that we're still behind the wheel, but soon they'll take that too with the driverless automobile, and it will absolutely seem crazy to kids in future times that we actually could drive our cars and that it wasn't a crime, that once there was a day we weren't controlled by the machines. In the past, when things were crafted by the hands of human beings, when patience was a virtue and quality was key, and the products we created were artistic and unique. In the age when books were digital and libraries were real, and the things we own were in the cloud but in our hands to feel. When photographs had solid mass and music was on vinyl, and people made the most of things before the word recycle. If something broke, you'd fix it in a report.
Uh-oh. We still there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Huh?
I'm still here.
Okay. Just make sure. Let's see here. Take a little poison every day so you don't OD at the end of the month. What? Okay. Do. Take care of this real quick right here. This is my best friend, my gravity bong. My fake gravity bong, I call it now.
We call it a bucket bong, man.
Oh my. Excuse me. And that'll be the last one of those for the night. Woo.
I'd cough for an hour if I did that, man.
Breathe, Tommy, breathe. Ooh.
My lungs can't handle that, man.
Hey, Martin. Wow, you've been hiding. You've been here, Martin, or you just get in here? That's cool. Thanks, Martin Ellen. Good to see you. Woo! Yeah, I gotta blow my nose after one of those usually. Oh man. Just hitting one of those gravity bong hits is like smoking at least a quarter of a joint, maybe a half a joint for some people. I've seen guys 300 pounds, big muscly, tough guys come in here, and hit this bong and then go out crying and puking and screaming and like, why did I do that? I mean, a gravity bong will definitely kick your butt, especially if you don't do them every day, all day like I do, woo woo. But even me doing them as often as I do, it's still tough, But it is a very efficient way to smoke, because I do one of those, like you just saw me, one of those an hour while I'm awake. If I'm in extreme pain or having a bad day, I might take 2 of them an hour, but that's it. I mean, so it's not, it's not like rolling a big blunt and then, 3 times a day or something,
I only roll little joints, man.
Yeah, well, you smoke by yourself, right? Or I mean, pretty much. I mean,
yeah, it's only me.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want to roll something big that would just waste a lot of smoke anyway. The wider and bigger, fatter you get one, it's just going to burn, more.
I don't waste it. Yeah, I don't waste it, man. I measure. I'm very prudent with my weed.
Right, exactly. That's smart to do that. No doubt about it. I'm fixing to go get my card in the next couple of weeks to be legal here in Florida. I mean, yeah, I shouldn't be smoking it on here without my card. They could come arrest me, but they don't know what's in there neither. I could be smoking tobacco and just telling y'all it's, green for that matter, but, I'm not going to waste my time with that. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes or tobacco. I have in my life, I've smoked for very short periods of time, but I'm thankful that I didn't, become a slave to cigarettes. They don't do enough for anybody, in my opinion, the warrant, the cost of them and the health risks, so yeah. That's
I'm a smoker, man. It's hard to give up.
Show me the Sasquatch. We are so close to it hitting the fan or whatever, I mean, at this point, and you know what, there will be plenty of when it hits the fan is guns. You'll be able to find guns. You might not find no ammo, but but actually my nephew listen, my nephew lives here and works just right down the road from me. He works at a lumber yard in an industrial park that's right in my neighborhood, and he has he has his hunting license, and he has several pistols. He's always got a pistol on him, as a matter of fact, and he has the medical card, and he still has his gun. So here in Florida, you can still have a gun and smoke medical marijuana. So unless they change that someday, I'm not too worried about them trying to take my guns away just because I'm on medical marijuana, or whatever. See, that's but like I said too, you don't have to own any guns right now. It'd be good for you to, obviously too. But I mean, when it hits the fan, you'll be able to go around the neighborhood and collect guns. There'll be guns everywhere. There might not be ammo. You might want, but yeah, in war, I mean, just think about it. In the war zone, there's guns everywhere. So. I'm not too worried about not having enough guns now, or or whatever, or them taking guns now, because yeah.
I think if you need to get the medical card, man, in your situation, if you think you're going to get probation or whatever, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I meant to ask you earlier. I didn't even know if you were familiar with the case. We haven't talked about that at all.
Yeah, I was watching it, man. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was in the chat. You're at least familiar with it. We don't have to go into a bunch of detail because there's plenty of it out there anyway. Now, I was going to make that my first live stream private because of how much was in that, but I'm not scared, of them using what I say against me. I'm really not. And I mean, if you are, then you shouldn't be on here, or whatever. Nobody should be on here. Anybody that's worried about them using, because you might not be in trouble like I am right this moment, but you might be in trouble next week or next year or whatever, and they'll come back and what you've said today or in the past.
I get your reasons for wanting to get the card, mate, because of what happened to you. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because it's a good chance that you'll get probation, isn't it?
Yeah, at the very least, if they don't drop it like they should, then yes, I'll get probation, and then I will be able to continue to medicate with medical marijuana. If I have the card, they won't be able to stop me. I got Brian Staveley wasn't too embarrassed to admit that he got a DUI, and that's why he still can't drive. He hasn't been able to drive because of a DUI he got. Well, I got a DUI in 2011, so that's actually the last time that I've been in trouble. Okay, and it was years before that I've gotten in any trouble. But it was my birthday, July 16th, 2011. I went to a club as a photographer. I was working for a rock band, and it was my birthday, and I wanted to work on my birthday because I had something horrific on my mind that I was trying to, for a moment maybe not concentrate on because I wasn't where I wanted to be to deal with that situation. And I will tell you what that was in a minute here. But anyway, so I'm in this bar that had, where the band I'm working for as a photographer is at. And I got a pitcher of beer, draft beer, light beer, draft beer when I got there. And I was there for about 4 or 5 hours, maybe, over the whole time, at least 4. And so I drank that pitcher of beer by myself over that 4-hour period of time, slowly but surely, and I didn't feel like I was even borderline, not able to drive or anything. Let me put that at that point. Okay, at that point, right. So, but right before, like at the end of the show, and right like 15, 20 minutes before I'm due to leave, and did leave, I got a call from my sister, and from the happy birthday thing call, and she asked where I was. My sister's been a bartender for many years, and my mom too. They were both bartenders. I hate that, because I've never been a big drinker, and I know what alcohol's done to some of my family, and whatnot. So I always encourage people to drink as little or none, whatever. But it's such a dangerous drug. Alcohol is way more dangerous than many others. But anyway, so my sister called, and and I told her where I was at, and she was like, "Oh, well, then who's bartending?" And she knew the bartender, so she wanted to talk to her. And then so my sister's on the phone with the bartender, and she tells her, "Hey, why don't you give my brother a free birthday drink?" And so then I get offered a free birthday drink, obviously, and they end up giving me a double shot of Jaeger.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, double shot of Jaeger. So I drank that, and then 15, 20 minutes, walk out the door and get in my Land Rover, and I leave. I'm following one of the band members, and probably a couple of band members, whatever. But I'm going back to their house. Now they're definitely too intoxicated to be. Everybody in that car that was ahead of me should not have been driving. Okay. But I didn't feel like I was, even after those shots, because it was still so soon after, I wasn't really feeling even those shots that badly. Well, anyway, so I'm behind them, so I'm following them. Well, there was a cop that had been watching the bar like the whole night. See, up there in Virginia, the cops have permission to watch bars and look at cars and check them out, and watch how long they've been there and all that kind of stuff, and then they can follow you from a bar, and kind of almost legally, and hope that you make a slight move, wrong, and they've got you, because they figure you've been at that bar for hours, you're gonna be over the limit, and so it's an incident, guaranteed DUI for them. Well, so my buddies, they went up to there was a red light, and they were turning right. So you can turn right on as long as you stop, you can turn right on red. And so they did a real quick stop and turned right, and I did the same thing. I just came to a rolling stop. Might have stopped for a microsecond, and then turned right because nobody was coming, and I didn't realize that cop didn't like that, and he pulled me over, and they kept going, and I blew just over just over what it took to get a DUI. I mean, just a little bit. I don't know, remember the amount right this second, but it was, like an extra beer or something, just ridiculous amount, a little bit over. And so I spent the rest of my birthday in jail, and got a DUI. I had to go through the DUI school, all that crap, pay all the fines. Well, and that was what I was telling you the story was to get to the DUI school part about, because I having MS, they had me on Oxycontin or oxycodone at that point. Oxycodone, which is not, it's pretty much the same as Oxycontin. Do you know Oxycontins? You know what Oxycontins are?
Yeah.
It's like morphine, something real strong, Vicodin are on the low end. These are on the high end of potency. You know what lower tabs are, Vicodin?
No, not really. I know what morphine is. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, this would be like morphine, or Dilaudid. I don't know, but anyway, so they had me on very strong pain medication. But now you're supposed to be sober through the DUI school, so they had to give me an extra. They had to make a special for me to go through the DUI school and still be able to take those heavy duty painkillers like that. And you had to take a P test every time you went to the class, and mine was dirty every time for opiates, and that's normally you're done right there, but they hated the fact that I had a doctor's prescription and they couldn't do nothing about it. They had to let me be there, and they'd always say, now don't you take your medication right before you come here, because we don't want you high in this class, and I don't know, man. I've never been really big on I've never chased that super high, I've experimented with certain drugs, but I've never been into drugs for that. I want to be blown out of my mind, don't know what I'm doing, kind of stupid high that meth people chase, and I mean, that's too much for anybody. I mean, I don't want to lose my control of my body neither. What I'm saying? That's why I never became an alcoholic, because I don't want to ever be in that drunk, vulnerable situation, where you're just stupid drunk, falling all over the place and all that crap. I mean, that's.
And it should never get to that stage, man.
Yeah, but it does for so many. They don't have a limit. They don't have a limit. And I get that. I get that when you've been drinking for 10, 15, 20, 30. Some people, on and on and on, whatever. And their tolerance. All right, so let me tell that story real quick. My mother-in-law, when I only knew her for 2 years. I'd never met her before that, and then she died. But when I met her, she was drinking a pint of whiskey a day. Okay, that's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, yeah, it is. But I mean, a pint is what, like maybe half of this cup or something, whatever, so she would do that, and then as time went on, it kept getting more and more. Well, by the time she passed on, brother, she was drinking, and I'm not exaggerating, she was drinking I think it was, is there a half gallon size? Yeah. That's what she was like, drinking a half a gallon of whiskey every day, dude.
Yeah, a big bottle, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge bottle. Half a gallon, I think it was the size. Somebody can correct me in the thing. Like I said, I'm not a drinker, but it was a rock gut Heaven Hill. It was the brand Heaven Hill. Heaven Hill, yeah. And that was like as generic cheap whiskey as you could get. But she was buying and drinking a half gallon of that crap every day, and she had cirrhosis of the liver and all kinds of problems, I mean, it definitely took her out, but she had a horrible childhood, this woman here, and I'm talking about my wife's mother, let me remind you again, but yeah, and I mean, you got to feel for somebody that escapes their pain that way. I escaped the pain from my wife cheating on me and emotionally abusing the kids by doing more Oxycontins, more pills, and I shouldn't have did that, and it made problems for me, just like alcoholics shouldn't waller in their depression or waller in their past and drink more, right?
Yeah, man, it's never the answer.
Yeah. I'm not trying to you or anybody in the chat neither, so or get on or preach like, saying, I mean, we all have we all have our vices, you know, for sure. But you know, I've seen so much damage, you know, from alcohol in my personal life. I mean, you know, even not being an alcoholic, it's almost cost me my life, and it has played a role, you know, in one of my accidents that somebody did lose their life. You know, that's sad. In my car, you know, in my first accident in 1999, there was 4 of us in the car, and I went through the windshield, and the guy behind me, who was my wife's uncle by marriage, he didn't have a seatbelt on, so he came forward when I went through the windshield. He came forward and up, and he hit the roof, and like it broke his neck to the point where he was done right there. You know, he passed on, and it was horrible. You know, and the guy beside him was just a friend of my brother-in-law who was in the front seat. You know, a friend of his, but he was the only one of us that had a seatbelt on in the car. We're in a Buick Regal. We're in my Buick Regal. It's like an '85 Buick Regal. You know, kind of a boxy car, but you know, still, but anyway, so that guy, he had a seatbelt on, but the seatbelt is what screwed him because it cut into him. Excuse me. The seatbelt cut into him so bad they had to remove a foot of his colon. You know, and then it broke his back too. It made him because he went forward so much that, you know, the belt, you know, whatever. So he had a broken back, and he had many surgeries with the you know, all the crap the from the cutting. But yeah, and then my brother-in-law, who's sitting right beside me in the front seat, no seatbelt on, doesn't go through the windshield or nothing. He just hits his face on the dash enough to, you know, break his nose, and he was, other than that, he was spotless. But you know, it was horrible, man. What happened was we're headed to the river, and you know, we're almost there, and we had this there was this curve, and you know, it's curving around, and then it's just a straight shot down to the river. Well, the speed limit's 50, 55, something like that, but of course you got to slow down for the curve, you know. And I slowed down a little bit, and then when we got around the curb, a deer came out in front of us, which is real common in that area where we're at. And I went off. I just made the decision to go off the road a foot or two to get the deer out, you know, where we wouldn't hit it, because I was scared to hit it, you know, head on. And but there was already dew on the grass, and it just sucked us right off the road, and we ended up going straight into a cement culvert, you know.
Oh, shit.
And I went through the windshield, and like the rest of that happened, you know. When I went to the windshield, my hand got caught in the steering wheel, and it was detached. My hand was the bone, and there was no bone between my hand and my wrist. My hand was hanging on by skin and some blood vessels, a little bit of tissue, but I literally had no bone between here. It was, you know, fully detached from the wrist, my hand, bone-wise. And then over here, this wrist bone was out to about right here, an inch away from my wrist, and had a chunk up missing off of it. But I was bleeding from head to toe. My knees were pretty bad, and open cuts, you know, open cuts everywhere. But, you know, I didn't have the ability to walk for months, but yet when I got through the windshield, I got up and walked a quarter of a mile to somebody's house to get help. Now, I'm sure that was God doing that or whatever. Or the adrenaline. I don't know. But I definitely shouldn't have had the ability to walk, because I didn't walk for months after that. Like I said, I didn't have the ability to walk. But yeah, I woke up See, I have no memory. I have no memory of which house I went to. I have no memory of the walk neither. Okay, at all. And these people got woken up by their dogs at like 2, 3. This was like 2 or 3 in the morning. And these people got woke up by their dogs barking, and they come out and see me. I looked through, like I'd been through a meat grinder, literally my whole body, because I went through the windshield and it cut me at 50 miles per hour, dude. 50 miles per hour. Yeah. So, and of course my hand is just, detached basically, other than, like I said, the little skin stuff and blood vessel. So these people had to see me like that, and then call 911. And I don't know. I never even, to this day, I still don't know which house that I walked to, but there's not many of them out there, they're actually there. But anyway, yeah. And then I woke up a couple days later in a coma. They put me in a coma because of how bad my injuries were. They medically, put me in a coma. And I woke up and there was my mom and other family members from Virginia. I'm like, how are y'all here, in Florida? What, I didn't know what was going on, obviously. And it took 5 or 6 surgeries for them to get my hand back on. They had to take bone out of my hip and literally bone grafts and stuff off my hip and rebuild the wrist, and then put a metal plate. I've still got plates run across here and then down about right here, a few inches. This is metal that I'm running my finger across, and that's metal. And that's why I have, my hand. I do have nerve damage. These fingers here, they won't stay up, and I can't do that right there. I'm trying hard to raise them right now, but they won't go any farther than what they're doing, and if I put them up, they fall down. See, I can't hold them up. That's just 2 fingers, and I had a little other nerve damage, it's just like I'll drop stuff here and there, but I'm thinking
really, it was a miracle. It was a miracle that only one person died, man. I think you're all
listen. And I know y'all want me to talk about that, but the reason I haven't made that the biggest point or biggest, I get it. Listen.
It wasn't your time. It wasn't your time, man. All the other people in the car. Only one of them went.
Yeah, I know, but you would think I'd focus on him because it is horrible that somebody lost their life, and I had to live with that, and I still live with it, and I cared deeply for this man. I didn't know very long, but this is a story all on its own that y'all should hear, because he had been a hermit and did not come out of his room, brother, for it was some like 8 or 10 years or something. This man had been shut up in his room by himself. He did this to himself. He had mental issues and stuff and whatnot, and he had just recently started coming out and out and doing things, but the family, and I know this might sound kind of weird, but the family almost felt relieved, that he was gone, because he had sufferred so much, and so long, and just they yeah, I don't know. I know it's a touchy subject, man. But nobody. I don't know. Everybody felt like it was meant to be. Like God just took him. I mean, think about it. We should have all died. We really should have. I mean, my brother-in-law being almost untouched, a little broken nose. I had a real bad broken nose. I mean, it's crazy that he didn't go through, the windshield too, like me, or at least get tore up by the dash all over, whatever, and then I mean, but it's crazy. Now, and then let me say this too. I had worked all a long shift that day, and then when I got home, I did have a couple beers, but this wasn't a DUI here. So I wasn't over the limit in this accident. Did we lose you?
No, we're back.
Yeah, so but these guys were smash drunk. The guy that died, when he died, he was very drunk. All three of them begged me to take them to the river. Okay, I didn't want to go out there, but I didn't want to let them down neither, and so I decided to drive them down there. And it had been at least 2 hours since I had any alcohol. And I only had a few when I had drank. But all right, so but anyway, I'm just letting you know on that, because at that point I was not somebody that would drink and drive, or try to, really. I'm all right, so. But these guys had been partying where I was at work. They had been, partying, having a good time, and they didn't want their night to end. So I agreed to just drive them out there, and they could, see the river and whatnot. I don't even remember if they had any more alcohol with them, or I don't think we had any in the car. But so. They begged me, and then we get out there, and the stupid deer runs in front of us, and we wind up, where in the cement culvert.
Yeah, the cement doesn't move, mate, does it?
The car had ripple effects, like ripple looking ridges down the whole, like shockwave. I want to say, yeah, like you. I mean, it was just unreal. Yeah, you could definitely see that it was incredible.
It's a sudden stop.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was April of 1999. April of 1999. So here we go. April 2000. Just happens that a good friend of mine is having a birthday party at that same river that we were going to that night, and I don't think I had a drop of alcohol from that accident in '99 until that day of the birthday party in April of 2000. So we're talking about 2 Aprils in a row here, 99 and 2000, the same river, the same road, and the exact same stretch of the road. It's almost unheard of. So I was leaving the river this time, though, and I was by myself, thank God. But everybody at the birthday party was drunk, and some of us were on pills and weed, and some were on other things too, I'm sure, too. And so I decided to go back to town to get a tent, and probably I'm thinking more pills and weed, or what, combination, whatever. And so nobody said, Tommy, you've had too much to drink. We've all been drinking all day, celebrating my buddy's birthday party, and everything. And my tolerance is low because I haven't drank in a year, and oh my goodness. So anyway, I get in my Chevy Tracker. It's like a Jeep, and I make my way back to the main road through the woods, with the trails through the woods, because we'd get down to the closest we could to the riverbank, and that's where we'd party. But so I get back to the main road, and I got on it and from the dirt road, and got up about an eighth of a mile, and from that point right there, if I'd gone another eighth of a mile, I'd be in the exact spot that I wrecked the year previous, the same month, and instead of going that way, I went across the field and then went in the woods, and my Jeep, my tracker flipped end over end several times, and I was ejected out the driver's window or door, but whatever. But before that, the roof caved in one of the times when it flipped, and it compressed me down, and it broke my neck. So I had a broken neck, and then I got ejected, and it was bad. So here I am. For a split second, I see myself on the stretcher as they're taking me out. I mean, it was just a millisecond, so I didn't have much of a out of a body experience, but I definitely had that real quick flash of it, and it was creepy. And then I wake up in the hospital, and my neck is just, you're gonna know when you have a broken neck. That's all I'm gonna tell you. I was in the worst pain of my life, and I couldn't use my neck. It's like if you had a broken arm or a broken leg. I mean, when it's broke, man. All right, so the hospital misread my X-rays and MRIs, and they said, no, your neck's not broke. It might be sore or something, blah blah blah. So they sent me home, and I'm like, no, this is, and I'm just telling everybody, no, my neck is broke. My neck is broke. So I went back to the hospital. No, your neck is fine. Sent me home again. I went back to the hospital. No, you're good. And I had to hire a lawyer. I had to call a lawyer. A family member worked for the biggest lawyer here in town, and it's a big one, Fred Levin, and he's known pretty much almost around the world. But anyway, and Fred Levin called West Florida Hospital, and a few minutes later, I got a call from West Florida Hospital saying, "Oh, we misread your records. You've got a broken neck, and we're going to send an ambulance to your house to get you right away." And I told them, "No, I'll come back down there for the fourth time myself." My dad drove me back down, and they admitted that I had a broken neck, and then they transferred me to another hospital. But the misery didn't end there. But we don't have to go all through that. But but anyway, yeah. So 2 Aprils in a row, 99 and 2000. Both times the doctors used it was a miracle that I survived. And and at that point, doctors didn't throw around that word that often back then, or even I don't know how often they do now. But it was rare for them to say that they thought it was a miracle that somebody lived. Not a lot of doctors believe in God, believe it or not, too, but or give them any credit.
You definitely meant to be here, man. That's for sure. It's not your time yet.
Let's see here. Yeah, we still got some people hanging in there. We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes.
I've been in some big car accidents, but never hurt, man.
Yeah.
Like T-bone, when you're in a T-bone accident,
mm-hmm.
and you're the one getting boned, and hit you right in the middle of the car.
Mm-hmm.
At like 60 miles an hour when I was sitting still, man, a couple of times.
Oh man, a friend of mine got pinned between two vans, and it just about ripped him in half. But it just like devastated his whole bottom, legs and all bottom half. Anyway,
Oh, if you're in a van or a truck, you hit in the legs, man. Yeah. So
he was smashed between two vans. In between them. Yeah.
Hey, there's no protection in an accident. There's no front of the van or the truck. Yeah.
He was a brilliant guitarist, man. This guy here, Ronnie Matheny. I don't know where he is today, but he was from Apopka, Florida, which is right outside of Orlando. And we used to go down to the orange groves in Apopka, Florida, and have some wild parties, man. Really wild, crazy. You've never been to a party until you've been to a party in some orange groves. I'm just trying to, it's whew. Oh boy. But anyway, yeah, I don't like to glamorize my past, partying and stuff like that. I try to learn from my mistakes and stuff, and I do feel horrible for the stupid things I've done, and especially for somebody losing their life, for in a car that I'm operating for, yeah, it's just.
I don't think you had anything to do with it, but I think it was just wrong place, wrong time.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I get that. I mean, and like I said, and they checked me and I wasn't over the limit in that too. The second one, my second one, I told you I was way over the limit. I did get a DUI from that. So it's crazy. So I've had 2 DUIs in my life, and it's like most people would tell you I don't even drink. They've never seen me drink. Or whatever. Because I've drank so little in my life, really. I mean, I did as a teenager, like everybody did, but as an adult, no, I was never a drinker. But and that can be your worst enemy too if you don't have a high tolerance. Yeah. But
high tolerance can be dangerous too, man. Because
right.
You think you can go forever? You think I can keep drinking? I'm fine.
Oh yeah, let me tell you about this guy.
It's like you have that one extra drink that you shouldn't have had, man, and you're unconscious.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
There was this guy that I was locked up with that was in there for vehicular homicide. He was on Xanax, he was drinking, and he was on medical marijuana. Now, he had a prescription for the Xanax, and he had a prescription, obviously, for the medical marijuana. But he was drinking on top of that, and he was out driving. And he nodded off or whatever, whatever, he got distracted, and he hit a lady almost exactly head on and killed her. And this is just, obviously just happened here. And I meant to look up the article when I got home, and I'm going to still do that. So she died on the scene, and he might have died on the scene had they not pulled him out of his car. And he was pretty beat up. He was hurt, but he survived, and they took him to the hospital, and he was in the hospital a couple days, and then he tried to sneak out of the hospital because he knew he was in trouble, and the cops got him as he was trying to sneak out. And they took him to jail, and like, okay, if you're healthy enough to try and sneak out, then you're healthy enough to go to jail, because he really should have been still in the hospital, but they like punished him instantly, but anyway, so that's like 10-20 years you can get for that. Vehicular homicide. I'm pretty sure he's gonna do some serious time on that.
Yeah, I'd imagine, man.
Hey, Michael Healy, how long you been hanging around? A few minutes or a few hours? Or good to see you.
Hey, Michael. Night, Zell. Take it easy, mate.
Pat Metheny. I don't know. I'm not sure who Pat Metheny is. Somebody tell me, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, whew. What do we have? 4:38. Hey, that's how long my first solo live stream was. 4 hours and 38 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So we're passing that. And then today we did the 6 hours, but my solo one anyway was
yeah.
Yeah. So, oh man. Do you ever talk to people about flat Earth or Mandela Effect when you're out and about in your area? Do you feel the calling to, or do you does that interest you to hear people what they say?
Yeah, I try and bring it up with people here and there, mate. But yeah, people that I work with. The first time I heard about the Mandela Effect, I think would have been probably 2015.
Yeah, that sounds about right for me. I don't know. The Berenstain Bears maybe longer.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I remember
for most of them anyway. Yeah.
I remember trying to talk to my my sister and brother-in-law about Mandela Effect at Christmas 2015. And all I knew about was Darth Vader, Berenstain Bears, Forrest Gump, just all the basic ones. And I was just asking them the questions if they, and expecting them to finish the sentence or give me the answer. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And every single one that I asked, they gave the same memory that I had.
Right.
And then I told them, well, every one of those is wrong. You got them all wrong, but I got the same memory.
Yeah, exactly.
I said that's the Mandela Effect. And they just looked at me like I was an idiot, and they didn't talk about it again.
Yeah, that's that part. Yeah, but you tried. You tried. Yeah, exactly. And I've been the crazy uncle. Crazy conspiracy theorist uncle. For almost 30 years now, because my sisters, started early. I'm never afraid to tell people. Now I would have been back then, but I was a virgin until I was 21 years old. I lied for many years, to my friends, that I wasn't a virgin, to be cool. But I chose I chose not to I chose not to make my mom, and dad, lose it that their only son had, impregnated some girl young, and so I had opportunity, of course, and I, whatnot. But anyway, so both my younger and my older sister had 2 kids and were married before I even ever had sex, for that matter. But but definitely before I ever thought about kids. And so that's that. I'm lost on my thought there, but oh geez.
Yeah, I'm the crazy guy. I'm the crazy guy at work. I'm the crazy guy.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at. The crazy guy, yeah, the crazy uncle. So I've never been afraid to just look like the crazy guy out in public. That's what I was getting at. Is that I've been the crazy uncle so long that I don't care. I'll be in a store and ask somebody. I'll ask a cop. I'll ask a judge. I don't care. I'm gonna. I want everybody to know about the Mandela Effect, but I also want them to know that we're not crazy and that it is worth looking into and doing their own research on it, before they just assume that, we're just a bunch of Looney Tunes with false memories because we smoke pot and this, that, and other, Come on, man. So, I mean, somebody has to stand up and defend our side of this, and if if not, then they're going to roll over us, so we need to be the voice, everybody that feels the calling, and then some, really, I say. But we definitely, whoever can and will, needs to continue this dialogue going, that we're not crazy, and showing the residue and helping people understand, that they're trying to paint us as crazy and dangerous, but they're the crazy and dangerous ones. And they're just trying to buy more time for their evil plans to come together by trying to put the spotlight on us and saying, look at these loons here. They're saying that this has changed and that's changed. They're crazy and dangerous, right?
Yeah. But they also misquote Mandela affected topics as well all the time. People I hear celebrities talking about sex in the city.
Yeah, it was definitely
talking about sex in the city.
Yeah.
No one corrects anyone. There'll be a whole panel of people that are all saying sex in the city, sex in the city, sex in the city. No one says no. It's sex and the city. You never hear that.
Yeah, I know.
You never get corrected. So they're affected, but they don't even know it. But I think everybody is in one way or another.
What do you say to the ones that say it's just a psyop? It's a psyop, like a government military psyop of some kind. I mean, to me that's just not really implausible. I mean,
it's a pretty good psyop. It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah. Who came up with that? The Chinese? Yeah, great. Yeah, right.
Changed everything. Everything's changed. Yeah, the government changed everything.
Yeah. Do you feel like? Have you ever seen Minority Report?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like we're getting closer and closer to that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that is what's going on in China, and
yeah, I was going to say. That's the only news I ever heard about China until Corona came out. You don't hear much news about China, man.
Right. Yeah. People are scared to report news about China. People in China or elsewhere, but I will always call them out for the evil, they do and represent. So I mean, we can't let them get away with their plans neither. So
I can see the Minority Report's already happening in China here via the 5G and the social credit system. So it's already started there.
Well, yeah, all right. So what about the pre-crime stuff too? They've already pretty much started that, and it won't be long before they'll just knock on your door and say, "Well, we know you're fixing to do this or that." We're going to take it now.
With the 5G, the artificial intelligence, and the social credit system, they're watching. They're watching everybody. They know everything you do, every transaction you make, everyone you talk to, everything. I mean, we already know we're being recorded and watched, and our transactions are being followed if it's digital. There's no secrets.
Yeah.
You got GPS in your car. You got GPS on your phone. We're tracked, monitored, recorded, listened to. Everything, man. It's already the technology's already there. I mean, we're not that far away.
Right. Sure. Yeah, they're in the perfecting mode right now. That's what they're in. Yeah. They've had it. It's implemented, and they're just in the fine tuning, perfecting. And then the okay to full throttle it on us. And I fully believe that with these 5G towers, when they get them all put in everywhere like they want, because they don't even have half of them in yet. I mean, oh man, they don't even have a third of them in yet. So once they get them in every single spot that they want them, which is like stupid, almost like light poles. I mean, no, not exactly, but I mean, there'll be a lot of them on, every street, in every neighborhood. Once they might not be huge ones, but there's going to be 5G poles in some length, everywhere. So once they get those put in place, they can juice that power up, and they can microwave us, man. It's science. I mean, it's not some conspiracy theory that might possible. They've got those things with cables, solid copper wire that will handle the juice, and the technology it is there. If they have enough of those towers, they can make like a microwave oven, whatever in between there. If they juice it up, amp it up, so they can pretty much fry us, definitely damage us, if they want to use it as a weapon, and think about that. Once it's nationwide, they just hit the switch and do it nationwide at one time. How do we fight that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about the geoengineering and the weather control that's happening all around us all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They're using microwave technology, in the upper atmosphere, in conjunction, with the chemtrails, to create the weather. But they're also using it against us as a weapon. And I believe that the fires in Australia and the fires in California, they were using, if not 5G, they're using Wi-Fi technology. Cell phone tower technology with Wi-Fi. It's microwave, mate. And the humidity, like I said, the last 2 weeks that I felt, and the temperature's not even warm, man. It's humid as, every day. It's like I'm in a tropical zone, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm at the bottom of Australia, man.
Yes. Getting funkier all the time. Crazy, mom. Crazy.
I never wanted I still haven't got a smartphone, man.
Wow.
I knew about it. I knew about it before they even came out here.
Wow. I've been using smartphones for, let's see, over 10 years. Definitely over 10. Let's see, is it 2006, 7, 8.
I think it was like 2008 they came.
Yeah, that was it. 2008. Okay, yeah, I got my first smartphone in 2008. Yeah, I wanted to say they were older than that, but I guess they're only 12 years old. Wow.
The first iPhone.
I paid $400 for my first smartphone, and I mean it was pretty smart for back then because I could use it to power my tether to my computer. And use the internet and all that for my computer, and I loved that. But yeah, they've come a lot farther though. The phone companies just didn't like the tethering though, because that used up so much bandwidth, But your computer uses more bandwidth, more internet. But anyway, yeah. I guess I was suckered in by gotta have that next new thing, and I wanted a smartphone too, like everybody else. I didn't spend $1,000. I got the cheapest smartphone I could, pretty much, and I think I still have it. I have that phone somewhere in here. It's a Samsung, and whatever. But yeah. Crazy, man.
At the start of the smartphone technology here, we only had the iPhone, man. That was it. There wasn't even a Samsung then. I don't think. Not at the start.
Yeah.
I don't think. I'm
well,
pretty sure.
I
remember them. Mm-hmm. I remember Apple suing Samsung. I don't know what year that was. That was afterwards. I think it might have been 2011 or 12 or something that happened. I think.
Yep, it was. It was in that area. 12 probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Silly girl.
You remember the movie Enemy of the State?
Oh yes, I tell people that I'm pretty much. I mean, we some of us are enemy of the state, or whether we know it or not. That I guarantee a lot of us are on that list. But that is a great movie. Will Smith, right? Will Smith
and Gene Hackman.
Yes, and Gene Hackman. Yes, definitely a great flick to learn stuff from and see how they operate and everything. And yeah, hey, it's 4:20, guys, here anyway.
Yeah.
Let me puff on the thing here, for the.
Now, I remember when in the movie, when Will Smith, he made a phone call from a phone box.
Yeah.
They were in Gene Hackman's view, and Gene Hackman's told him, don't ring anybody, don't use the phone. And he's like, he tries to ring his girlfriend or whatever, And then they get back to Gene Hackman's compound, and then they start getting raided, and all the FBI roll in. And he's going, "Did you make a phone call?" He said, "I told you not to make a phone call." He said, "Oh yeah, all right, I did." And he goes, "So what? I made a phone call. How they find us?" They triangulate the signal. They bounce it off the towers, and they can locate you. They can locate your position by triangulation. That was like the first eye opener for me, man. It was like, wow, And that's when mobile phones only first come out. I think it was about the same time.
It probably was, yeah.
About 90. Over here, man, it was like maybe 95. They sort of become popular. 94, 95. I think, around that time.
Yeah, well, they were huge. So I had to have a cell phone when it, not long after it was introduced to the public, and I had a bag phone, that you kept in your car. I had a car phone that was permanent, in there too. A lot of cars had them, but that came with them. But I also had the bag phone too that was portable. You could use in the car or out. But and it had a battery pack in the bag, But
the suitcase, the suitcase one.
I guess it was kind of like a suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was more like a bag to me. But anyway, so. And then, even before that, they had these big, almost like military-looking ones too. Oh man,
like army walkie-talkie or something.
Yeah, I mean, goofy looking. Yeah. And then for a while, they had those fat, just the fat, real fat, skinny ones and stuff. I mean, it's crazy how many different shapes and sizes there are of them, and flip phones and.
Yeah, the flip phones are cool, man. I like the flip phones.
The Razor, a lot of people love that Razor. I think they got a new version of the Razor. If you remember that one, I never had one. But I know a lot of people like that flip phone. That was a Razor, whatever. Yep. I've never had an iPhone. I don't like Apple products even. So, and me being in work, being a lyricist and songwriter and stuff, and working in music. I was the oddball in Nashville for not having a Mac, and they thought I was really strange for that. But I'm not the only one in music that doesn't use a Mac. But it is very rare that somebody would not have a Mac in the music business, or or that writes music, makes music.
The laptop, yeah. Yeah. I've got an iPad. I never wanted any Apple products either, but I've got an iPad.
Right.
What do you do?
I've got an Android pad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They call it, a tablet or whatever. A tablet. See.
Yeah.
Yeah. Samsung. Yeah. It's dusty right now, but anyway.
That's a phone, isn't it?
Huh?
That's a phone, not a tablet. That's a phone.
No, that was a. Look, here's a phone. Okay. This is way bigger. The tablet's a lot bigger than the phone.
Oh, not that. Oh, a little bit.
Little bit. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me back up.
You can buy phones that big now, man. No shit.
All right. Well, yeah, the i10 or whatever. All right. Can you see that?
They're like 7 inches diagonally, man.
See.
Yeah, I see people with phones that big, man. Yeah.
See, this is a lot smaller. This is.
Yeah. That's
a lot smaller.
Yeah, that's a small smartphone, man. Yeah. think they average like 6.4 inches now, 6.2.
Yeah,
or
mine's five something or something. I don't see. I don't need the biggest and best anymore, really. And I just get what works. I have AT&T home internet and AT&T phone, and this is just a Motorola phone. They're a Motorola Android, and it's only about a $80 phone or something like that. I don't spend hundreds of dollars or more on phones anymore.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I've got an $80 phone too, man, but it's a Nokia, and it looks like an old Nokia, man.
Mm-hmm. Right. I've got a bunch of old phones, my old phones, and then other phones that people have given me. So I've got about 20 cell phones in my house, and I could scrap them. I could scrap them if nothing else. They buy them, but it's I don't know. I've got a bunch of old computer parts too. A lot of them are mine, but some people give me too. Yep. I used to be able to build a home PC pretty well. Put one together and that, but
nobody wants them anymore, do they? Everybody's got a tablet or a laptop now.
Yep. That's it. That is it.
I'd rather have a tower, man, and be hardwired. I don't want to use Wi-Fi anymore.
I'm hardwired. Yeah, I'm hardwired right now.
You're hardwired.
I don't have anything on my Wi-Fi. I could, but I don't. I'm just hardwired to the router at the moment. And let's see. What was I going to say? Oh, we're at 5 hours and 50 seconds right now. Wow, crazy. Hey, what voice here? Where? Oh yeah. Hey, what's happening? Wow, we're gonna let him. He should join us.
Hey, Voyage. See you, man.
Got up to piss or something. Oh dear, what's happening, bro? We're trying to make it to 6 hours like we did, earlier today. That would mean I've been on for 12 hours a total, right, or something. Half the day. I spent half the day on YouTube. Imagine that. If we make it 6, yeah.
That's a fair effort.
I don't think we can make it to 6, man.
No, I don't think so.
I'm just kidding. So I'm curious to see if he's just up to go pee or if he's up already. What time is it where he's at? Do you know? Anybody?
20 something 28.
Funny guy. Yeah. Wow. He's making coffee, he said. And I love telling people that I have never had a cup of coffee in my entire 45 years. I have almost 46 years. I've never, ever had a cup of coffee. Ever. Never.
That's crazy.
I've had about 2 sips of coffee, and that was enough to me go, never again, just like, that's it. No. I've had a taste of black coffee and a taste of sweet with milk and all that, and I couldn't make it, taste good enough for me. So I don't know. I'll drink some hot tea, but of course I can't. I haven't had caffeine, so on top of me never having coffee ever, I haven't had caffeine in like 11, going on 12 years, something like that. Now that's crazy, because most people run on caffeine, and I don't take any in.
That's good, man. Yeah, I gave up caffeine. I gave up Coke and Pepsi and all that crap. Soft drink. Yeah, I don't. Well, yeah, I gave that up years ago, man. I don't touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Water, juice, and beer. That's the only thing I drink.
Right. I drink
coffee too. Apart from coffee, I drink coffee.
I'll drink a Sprite or 7-Up or something, here and there, not too terribly much, but I'll have a soda every once in a while as long as it doesn't have caffeine. But you got to be careful with soda too. I like distilled water and juices and lemonade. Too lemonade with not artificial lemonade though.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, it's just nice to have water with lemon in it, man. Just a bit.
Oh yes, definitely. You're right. Now I'll do that. I've done that for my whole life too. I mean, I will. But we're all hooked on sugar. I mean, well, not some people do give up sugar, but man, that is hard to do. You got to be careful, and it takes a lot of commitment to have a sugar-free diet. And then like I said, you really have to be careful what you replace sugar with too. You don't want to start with the aspartame or some other crazy.
Mate, that mistake, didn't we?
Yeah.
I used to drink bourbon and Coke, man, all the time. I wanted to get off Coke. I wanted to get off caffeine. I wanted to get off the Coke. I tried to slowly get off of it. And I thought, I'll switch to Diet Coke. It's got to be better for you. I didn't know about aspartame. And then I found out about aspartame, man, and then it was all right. No more of that crap. I'll just mix it with water, mate. And now I don't drink bourbon anymore, so it's not a problem. Or hardly. Mostly a beer drinking
here. There's a lot of in my area here. There's a lot of these craft beer companies. Small beer companies coming up. Small brewers, I guess you call them. Yeah.
Yep. Same here, mate. Yep. Everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I like the taste of beer, and I definitely like trying different beers. I mean, I'm just not a drinker. I mean, I'm not putting anybody down for being a drinker. I mean, but yeah, I definitely have tried hundreds and hundreds of different beers, man. I mean, I've been to those bars, a bunch of different bars that specialize in all the different beers. But I mean, man, I literally, from even when I was a teenager, we made it our goal when we could to try new beers and imports and all, anything we could get our hands on different. We were always, and I guess that made me, I am a beer lover. I mean, a beer taste lover, really, seriously. So if I'm not careful, I could have become an alcoholic, because I do like the taste of beer, where most people just want the buzz or whatever, whatever they drink but and I do like many beer taste taste of beer.
Beer for me is just relaxing, man. I have to really try hard to get drunk drinking beer, man. I'd have to drink it all day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
I have to drink it for like 24 hours straight. Otherwise, it just goes in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. You know what I mean?
Well, y'all have pretty strong beer there too, don't you? I mean,
no. Well, the IPA that I've heard about in America, that's like 8-9% or something.
Probably.
Our beers, the commercial beer that we have is 4.8%, man. All the standard stuff,
Wait a minute. What?
4.8.
What about Foster's? Foster's.
No one drinks Foster's, mate.
I do that. I'll just fuck with you. I'm sorry.
Only Americans and Japanese, mate. Everyone else drinks it except for us. We don't drink it. Yeah, but all our beer's 4.8. That's full strength here, 4.8%.
Wow, man. Wow. That's low. Yeah.
So you got to try pretty hard, man,
Yeah, I got you. Well, I mean, and so do you like getting the different flavors then? Are you in it for that too? You do like taste, or?
Yeah, I'm always open to try anything. And I've experimented a lot too, not so much with the imported expensive beers, because you pay a lot here for imported beers. For good ones, ones that are popular.
Right.
But I sort of settled on European, German really, I reckon. German and My favourite actually is Carlsberg, which is Danish.
I'll probably
that's
try it, dude. I'm telling you, I've had beers from around the world like many times. So many beers. It's unreal.
Carlsberg's a big company, man. They sponsor football teams in England, and they're big.
Yeah, it sounds
It's
beer.
It's a nice beer, man. Yeah, similar to Heineken. Yeah, I don't mind that either.
Yeah, I used to not like Heineken, but then I did try it when I was older, and I liked it then. But when I was young, I didn't like it. But have you ever heard of Mad Dog 2020?
No, can't say I have. No.
I think there's supposed to be a Mandela effect about that or something, but that was something that was real popular. It's not a well, it was I won't say it's not a beer, but it was like maybe an ale something, like a I don't know, whatever. But that was a popular drink forever.
A type of beer. There's all different types of beer.
Yeah.
You had lagers and ales and
right.
Stouts and drafts, bitters. Yeah, I prefer not to have an aftertaste.
Right.
I like a nice clean beer. It's got a nice clean taste. It's refreshing. It just goes down nicely like water. When it's ice cold and it goes down like water, that's what you want.
I don't like too much malt. I was never into malt milkshakes neither.
Yeah. I can't drink stout. Stout's disgusting. It's like I don't know how people drink that.
And now you will get some aftertaste with some IPAs too.
Oh yeah, for the strength you'd have to. You're gonna get some hops or barley or something as an aftertaste.
Yeah, there's a place downtown here in Pensacola called World of Beers, and it's very popular. And they have a lot. You can look at their menu for quite a while. They've got a lot of beers from all over. Yep.
We've got a lot of our own beer makers here, mate, that are good.
What's that?
Australian beer companies, not the common ones. The best ones are probably Tasmania make nice beer.
So can y'all get American beer imported or whatever, or do y'all or?
Yeah. I think we can get it, man. Yeah. Get anything there.
Right. Amazon just about delivers anything anywhere.
Oh
yeah. Oh, mullet.
I might let you go, man. I might let you go. It's getting on. I'm gonna get up.
All right, brother man. Well, we made it quite a ways, so we don't have to beat me and Voyness's record. That's cool too.
You can keep it going, man. But I might drop out, man.
Well, I'll probably wind it on down. All right. Well, have a great one, man. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anytime. Thanks.
Talking, man.
All right.
We'll do it again.
Next time. God bless you.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Yep. Your brother-in-law is from Sydney. So, oh, yeah. Well, I wish he'd have seen that. Crafts Ale. Cool. I guess Voynich is drinking his coffee or went back to sleep or something, but I tried to get him to get the link and come on in here, but well, I might take a 5-minute break, go ahead and play some music real quick, and I'd kind of like to get to 6 hours, so let me just take a few minutes here, and I'll go ahead and play some music for you while I go to the restroom and stuff.
Bear with me, please.
But at the end of the day, I'm an African American woman.
Today I'm proposing to invest. Collegiate. See, everybody got a story to tell. Well, here's mine. My pain's deep, I've been through hell. I managed to survive, so I got a story to tell. Listen, I stand victorious, make the sign of the cross. Look, I'm here to be the voice for every friend I've ever lost. Let me pray as I put together my hands. I've never been ashamed to tell you the person I am. When it comes to doing drugs, I've never been a rookie. But hold up, let me tell you about the places that they took me. I haven't showered, it's been possibly a week, and I'm so deep in that psychosis, impossible to speak. That coke is in my arm, now it's impossible to sleep. My throat's numb, closed shut, so it's impossible to eat. Losing weight's a part of my daily routine. I always use against my will, just praying I was clean. So nod your head if you understand what I mean. When I was growing up, I never thought that I would be a fiend ever. My life's tumultuous, it's never getting better. Another abscess from my arm is getting severed. My exquisite vision, depiction of dereliction, living conditions, malicious on a mission. All these green tree cops, well, they all know me by my first name. Paramedics had to revive me, this ain't a game. I want to stay close for like the last 10 days. And look, I want to do better, but I don't know a different way. Completely all alone, I'm sitting in this room. I empty out the bags, brown liquid in the spoon. I have to do a lot, can no longer do a little. The water's been added, I place the cotton in the middle. I'm sucking every drop up into this plastic devices. I am tying off, I'm trying to find a decent vein to strike. I shove it ever so gently up underneath my skin as I'm pulling back the plunger to this blood in this syringe. I push it in and try to drift away to heaven. For criminals like me, that's never the place that we're headed. The guilt, shame, remorse, and regret I never address. And I'm a mess from all this pain and this anguish. I'm filled with stress, overdoses, I'm emotionally broke.
Uh-oh. Did we get in trouble? Bear with me. I'm still on.